of information, knowledge, creativity, innovation, and art. We at The Hindu have always made sure that the journey of the explorer is an extraordinary experience. So we heard what you want and we are delivering it. Introducing a smarter and cleaner news reading experience with an enhanced visual design upgrade and reader-friendly features. Our authentic and credible journalism remains intact. Now, our redesign matches it with hard-hitting headlines, bold typefaces, and bigger pictures. The Hindu is now designed to be cleaner, sharper, and bolder. You know our designs are not just placements of texts and images. They tell a story. Promos are made more dynamic and vibrant with eye-captivating designs to give you the ultimate visual experience. Lead story will have a bolder font distinction with the strap showcasing the gist of the story. Increase in font size from 8.2 to 9 points with a 15% increase in the total word count delivers clearer and sharper stories with no compromise in the quality of the content. More space between the columns gives the paper a cleaner look. Bigger and impactful pictures bring the story alive. Infographics and more visual elements can be found throughout the paper. Quotes that capture emotions are what made our journalism credible. They are now taking a new form of contemporary design. Insider update of all your neighborhood news comes in a digitally integrated design through dynamic, in-brief, and nearby columns. Taking the center stage, page markers are now bolder. The editorial section is now made cleaner, bolder, and sharper with more emphasis on the magic of white spaces. A page aligned to perfection will give the readers the most enjoyable and organized reading experience. QR codes and digitally integrated navigation pointers will help the readers identify multimedia content such as online stories, interviews, videos, and podcasts. FAQs, profiles, science, money-wise have an enhanced look. The hierarchy of information can be easily identified with a shift in emphasis from bold to light and big to smaller headline fonts. News in Frames is taking an elevated magazine-like visual appeal with the use of vertical photos. The Sunday edition has been embellished to perfection with a design that is playful, vibrant, and trendy. Presenting Metro Plus, Weekend, Downtown, Magazine, Friday Review, Opportunities, and Classifieds with an exciting new look. Our style of storytelling has been inspired by the social media landscape, which has enabled us to dive into a whole multiverse of possibilities on how visual impact can change the reader's experience. And our design will mark the beginning of it. So get ready to sit back, sip your coffee, and open our redesigned newspaper. It's not just a newspaper anymore. It's an experience.
So very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and firstly, welcome to the first edition of the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2022. Could I have a huge round of applause for each and everyone present here today? You've been a fabulous audience, and we're excited and elated that today not only are we joined by the leaders and the veterans, but also people who get inspired by each and every one of them. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bhavna Bhatia in the live and experiential space since a decade, and it's an honor for me to host this beautiful show today. Well, a media agency is no more just an office. It's a space where relationships are built, and some of them last long and stand the test of time. In a world driven by technological developments, evolving consumer habits, and the cost pressures, the brands are now looking for ROI. If they don't see it with their current pattern, there are many waiting to dig into that piece of pie. And thus, it becomes extremely and increasingly important for media agencies to evolve, adapt, and be agile. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of This year's conference is the media agency for tomorrow. Well, before we get started, we'd like to thank our partners without whose contribution this event wouldn't have been successful. Of course, all of us are on social media. I would like you all to encourage the hashtag E4M Confluence as one word. Let's put out our tweets with all our sharings and make it trending today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, co-powered by partner ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, speaker lounge partner Bobble AI, world's largest conversation media platform. With this, it is time for us to acknowledge and have a look at our partners.
Baba. Korea City. जानिए
Korea City? कोरिया सिटी कहाँ पे है?
शहर अंग्रेजी लगे हैं
कोरिया सिटी
वो बहुत दूर है
कोरिया सिटी कोरिया सिटी कहाँ है?
प्रोफेसर साहब को पता होगा।
तो ये छोटा वाला ग्लोब लगता है और पता नहीं तेरी बेटी से जाके मिल लो शायद उसे मालूम
हाय बाबा ने भेजा है कम हियर
कोरिया सिटी
कोरिया सिटी नहीं क्यूरियोसिटी
वो क्या?
दैट्स व्हाट ब्रॉट यू हियर जो तुम्हें यहाँ तक ले आया
क्यूरियोसिटी
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech Language tech and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Babel has made conversations human again.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge round of applause to all our partners for making this happen and contributing at a great level today. So well, it's such a breath of fresh air seeing all of you present here, and it's an honor today to have all of you. And ladies and gentlemen, let's create a productive day for one another. Well, to kickstart the conference and not to keep you waiting any longer, it's my honor to now call upon Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media Group and BW Business World, to deliver the welcome address. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this Exchange for Media Confluence, the Media Investment Summit. I'm here just to escape from Delhi, but let me stick to the agenda of the Confluence Summit. In the evening, we have our Media Aces, which are our media awards. And we're back to the business of getting all of you in a room together. After a long time, last 4 months, we've been at it. And everyone in the industry has come together. What has changed in the last 27, 28 months? One, the festive cheer is back. The investments may not be back in the same proportion. And I was chatting with Vikram, and of course, Mr. Balsara is going to speak. He's going to eloquently take you through what's happening in the business ecosystem, in the client ecosystem, and hence, what is the media agency of tomorrow? But very clearly, there are 6 trends that are very big. And let me give you a epilogue to this. The last 7 months supposedly are a winter of investing. If there's more money that companies, especially startups, are raising, then they tend to spend on media investments apart from the established FMCG brands and established businesses which have a very strong business model. And as you looked at IPL, a lot of new players came and invested in IPL, made sure that it became their launch pad. But most of us believe it's been a winter of investing. Just to give you a perspective, Jan to June last year, almost $4.4 billion was invested in India in startups. Jan to June this year, 14.6 billion was invested, less than 15 billion between 14. So even in the winter of investing, we are almost 3+ times. Okay, so clearly there's money still being invested in startups. Why I'm talking of startups? Because startups are the engine of growth for media. Apart from the established players, I was talking to Vikram. Also, if you compare, as Vikram shared with me, May last year and the last 2 years was subdued, April, May, June, but spends are back. Brands and businesses are investing in brand building, they're investing in growth, they're investing in new launches, and more importantly, they're investing in maintaining brand salience and market shares. So clearly, the future holds true. And let me talk on a larger plane. Advertising, marketing, media is a subset of business. I must say that the next 3 years for Indian businesses will be spectacular. I know there is a possibility of a war between Turkey and its neighbor. There are tensions between Cyprus. I know the Ukrainian war may get escalated. Though seems like Putin is trying to find a way to get a face saving and de-escalate it because it's also bleeding him. Economically, I know these tensions have an impact. And let me talk about the industry, one of the sub-industries, which is the newspapers. Newspapers have done very well in revenues. Hindu is our partner. But the newspaper cost, the newsprint cost went up from about 600 rupees a ton to almost, depending on what paper you're buying, to 1150 to 300, 1300 rupees a ton. So clearly, what happens outside India does impact India, but all the money that has gone to the US will get invested somewhere, and it will get invested in India. So as India continues on a roll, as the consumer economy continues to become bigger and bigger, new consumers are being discovered through digital, through e-commerce, and through all kinds of new technological advances in services. The market for most goods and services will expand. There are multiple estimates, but if you look at any estimate, India is likely, don't take the dollar adjustment, but if you don't take the dollar adjustment, we are on our target to become a 10 trillion economy in the next 6 years, and hopefully a 5 trillion economy in the next 3 years. With this happening, the media investments are bound to grow. The Pitch Madison advertising outlook that came out talked about 20% growth. I'm sure it will be 20% plus, as Vikram also attested to it. I just want to say that clients are asking agencies and their agency partners for solutions that build brands and not just deliver performance, because of the nature of e-commerce businesses, and almost all businesses are becoming e-commerce. If you take FMCG brands, which before COVID had no, for example, there is a chocolate brand which had almost zero e-commerce before COVID, does almost 3% of its sales, and it's a big top line from, or maybe more, anything between 3 to 4% from e-commerce. So yes, there are categories that are very performance driven, but at the end of the day, brand building continues to lead, and creativity with the manifesting of all new mediums is seeing new interventions, and hence the media investments are only likely to grow. Also, there is much more competition. We also saw a lot of D2C brands in the last 20 months, 24 months becoming bigger, stronger, and mainstream. These D2C brands have started to advertise in a very big way, and that is also leading to growth in media investments. Last but not the least, the mainstay of advertising, marketing, media are large FMCG businesses, large services businesses, categories like education, categories like real estate, which suffered hugely, especially education suffered hugely during the COVID period, are coming back. Real estate is robust and is again coming back. And last but not the least is the startups which have stabilized and continue to invest in their brands as they build businesses that are sustainable and have consumer pull. So I'm sure the next 12 to 15 months will see media investments at least grow by 30%, if not more. And that means that the ecosystem of advertising, marketing, media will be robust. I don't want to stay between you and Sam, who will tell you what the agency of tomorrow will be, but the media agency of tomorrow, I can say, will have some elements of what existed in the past. And I did work for an ad agency 26 years back. And, we had just moved from a single full service agency to a unbundling of services. I think increasingly clients want to deal with specialists, but they possibly want to deal with specialists again in a single location with a single brand owner. Mostly that's my view. The media agency of tomorrow will be a combination of a marketing consultancy, a media agency, and a business advisor thrown in with a technology services angle. That's to simplify what I believe the media agency of tomorrow will be. But these media agencies of tomorrow will ensure that the media investments continue to grow and help brands and businesses grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for those great insights and definitely helping us to start and kickstart with this amazing summit today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to call upon a man who absolutely needs no introduction, but whose words are biblical in the world of advertising. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World, for his key address on the theme, the Media Agency for Tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. So I must thank Exchange for Media, I think, for bringing out this important subject for discussion. The topic is, I think, sharply focused. I'm going to sort of focus my attention on not media investments and all of that, but just on what should the media agency of tomorrow be, or what will it be, and what should it be, so that it continues its preeminent position in the A&M world. Now, for a bit of perspective, the media agency first appeared in the world in France in 1968. It then moved to the US in the 1980s. And it took about a decade for it to finally arrive in India in 1985, when Procter & Gamble first appointed Madison to be their media AOR, and soon thereafter, and really soon, in a few months, Lever appointed Hindustan Thompson, which later became Group M. Perhaps many of you, or maybe most of you in this room, do not know that the arrival of the media agency in India and unbundling, as Anurag recalled just now, it was the buzzword then, created a storm at 3 years of I, of which I was an executive committee member. And we spent almost 2 years discussing at the 3 years of I platform and outside over innumerable whiskies as to how to stop this unhealthy trend which had taken root in Europe and US from taking root in India or from growing in India. But as they say, you can't stop an idea whose time has come. And ultimately, 3 years of I gave up trying to resist this idea. And in fact, a few years later, created a new category of membership at 3 years of I called media agencies. Today, in fact, media matters dominate our discussion at the 3 years of I executive committee, to the extent that creative agency heads almost feel left out and don't want to attend 3 years of I EC meetings. When WPP's creative agency CEO, or so I'm told, protested to Martin Sorrell about this unbundling and the creation of Group M, he's supposed to have famously said, the toothpaste has left the tube and it can't be put back. Today, I'm told media agencies contribute the highest amount of profits to global networks. I dare say media agencies have grown in importance over the years. And this has happened not just because media agencies got lucky, but because media agencies around the world and in India have kept up with the times, with the changing environment, the changing media landscape and responded adequately to meeting the advertisers' ever-changing needs and rising demands. Very often, as many of you will agree with me, unreasonable. If I am to track the pitch presentations made by Madison Media every year to our clients and prospective clients, I can see how every 3-4 years, and of late, perhaps more often, there has been a dramatic change in the content of our presentations, as well as the composition of and background of the teams that present these. This was, in fact, sharply evident to me last week when I was present at one such pitch. Now, the question that arises in my mind, and I'm sure that is what provoked Naval and Anurag to pose this question, is will the media agency of tomorrow continue to enjoy this preeminent position in the advertising and marketing industry in the near future? The answer to that, I believe, will depend on how open we are to further change and the speed with which we will respond to the rapidly changing media landscape and the rapidly changing needs of our brands in what is becoming for them a very competitive market. All of you know this, but let me show you just two graphs on how our media landscape has changed so dramatically in just last 5 years. Traditional media, and many of you have heard me speak on this at the Pitch Madison annual report in February every year. Traditional media was just 82%, was in fact as high as 82% in 2017, and as now in 2022 is expected to come down to 63%. Digital has doubled in market share in the last 5 years. And those of my friends from print and television and radio and outdoor industry sitting in this room will know how difficult it is to move a 1% share point at a macro level in an industry. And in that environment, digital has more than doubled its share. Print, on the other hand, has come down from 35% to 21%. TV mercifully has held on, but early signs of stress are surfacing, with BARC registering a decline in viewership. One can complain about BARC figures, as very often my media friends do, and dispute them. But as you know, studies like BARC always catch the macro trends rather well. What happens in the West, or in fact around the world, is often seen in India a few years later, and travel time is reducing by the day. This chart makes even more dramatic reading. Globally, and I quote here WARC figures because I believe they are the most reliable and independent source for us for global ADEX. There, digital accounts for 56% of the global ADEX of 881 billion. All of you note, until recently, we used to talk of a global market of 600 billion. Right under our nose, in a few years, even globally, ADEX has moved up to 881 billion. Significantly, print globally is down now to just 6%. India and Germany are the last two bastions of print where there's a share of about 20% compared to the global average of 6%. TV, once the dominant medium in the world, is also down in the last 5 years from 39% to 29%. This is an interesting chart I've put together, and I've not seen many others do this analysis, put together to highlight that digital, besides standing tall on its own feet at 56%, has now penetrated every other medium and accounts for 20 to 30% of other media. In print, in the form of advertising on print titles, web versions, connected TV, digital OH, and digital radio. So really digital is all pervasive. It has now entered every medium, and now every medium obviously is trying to introduce either separately or integrated with it a digital offering. And mind you, the global digital figures I've quoted here are standalone digital figures. If you added the print and OH and TV part of digital into digital alone, then the digital contribution, I think, goes as high as some 67%. Conventionally, we've held the view that digital is great for bottom of the funnel and TV ideal for top of the funnel, because TV is more cost efficient and better at brand building and creating the pull factor, which ultimately helps in building large, profitable brands, whereas digital is a bit more expensive, great at pushing sales, which invariably is a bit more expensive, though the results are more immediate. However, with the rapid emergence of digital branding options and our two digital behemoths, building a body of knowledge on what works in branding and what doesn't work on their platform in creative terms, and opening more and more interesting options and offering products to advertisers to experiment with, things I feel are bound to change. It is widely acknowledged, now coming down to brass tacks and the media agency in particular, that traditional media has been simpler to plan for, to buy, execute, and administer compared to digital media. The arrival of digital media and its rapid growth has indeed brought in a lot of complexity for media agencies. Planners and buyers of traditional media like TV, print, radio, outdoor have shown considerable resistance to fully immerse themselves in mastering, planning, and buying for digital, thus giving rise to the emergence and growth of standalone digital agencies or digital units or divisions of media agencies. At Madison World, between the two agencies, Madison Media and hive minds. We have 685 media planners and buyers, but there is still, unfortunately, a divide between traditional and digital, with now almost 65% dedicated to digital. Even for very large accounts, whilst there are integrated teams, there still are digital experts within the teams. Let me now come to the heart of the matter and outline my thoughts on what media agencies should do to continue their preeminent position. Now, as we all know, ours is a people business, and the most important thing for us is to have the right talent. It should be a matter of some concern to us, to all of us, that today none of us can afford to hire from the country's premier management institute, the Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Look at this chart, which shows offers received at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad in 21 by business segments. Knowledge businesses like consulting, BFSI, and technology account for 74% of total offers. We are missing on this chart. And didn't we all think that we were also in the knowledge business? The British created ICS. I'm taking you back a long time, to administer their colonies. The Indian government adapted that to create IAS, the Indian Administrative Service, and the Tata Group created TAS to generate a pool of people to administer and manage the growing Tata organization. We need to create MAS, a media administration service, or whatever other name you fancy. But to start with, we need to get high quality at the core. The mass cadre of people, as I see it, need to have hands-on work experience in advertiser companies and creative agency, and some exposure to at least one of either a digital first business or PR or content or analytics. Whilst it will be difficult for us to start from scratch and create these people at entry level, I think such people could join the media agency, or we could hire them at mid-level with a fast track to the top. This is because I believe at the CXO level, at our agencies, we need people who fully understand branding, how it works, more equally importantly, brand finances, and other such aspects that concern a CMO and CEO in advertiser organizations. This is required and necessary in today's fast-paced world to adequately back our recommendations on spending millions and millions of rupees to our clients. I believe it will not be enough in the near future to be a media expert as you begin to occupy higher levels in the agency. Of course, we need to hire data specialists, data scientists, MarTech professionals, and content creators at entry level. We need to have a mix of both mathmen and madmen. And critically, we need to move to integrated planners who are totally conversant with the opportunities in digital and digital benchmarks on CPM, CPC, CPV, and what not, and all the other opportunities that digital can offer. Perhaps for this, engineers are better suited, and we need to tap engineering colleges. Equally, we need to expose our digital planners to the vast body of knowledge that planners of traditional media have acquired over the years. Our trainees from day one need to be exposed to all media, traditional, digital, outdoor, and activation. In our agency, we need more cows and less milkmen. This is not my original phrase, but a phrase used by David Ogilvy many decades ago, when he saw that agencies were beginning to hire more and more fancy account executives than creative people and media experts. He cautioned his agency managements that, look, you're making a big mistake. This, in my view, if we are to heed that advice, we would make way for a leaner, meaner organization with higher capacity to handle more business at more competitive rates and good profitability, hopefully, which clients will love. Let me briefly talk to you about financials. I know possibly agency financials do not concern many of you, but here is a chart that plots the gross margins of some sectors like insurance, restaurants, entertainment, broadcasting, IT services, cable TV, and of course, advertising. No surprise that advertising is on the extreme left and has the lowest gross profit margin of 26%. As this chart shows, lower contribution results, of course, in lower revenue. As you can see in this chart, Accenture is in the right-hand top corner, high on both gross revenue and gross margins, whereas agency networks are at the middle level in terms of gross margin, but extreme left in terms of gross revenue. So it tells me that agency networks do a hell of a lot of more work, but for very little to gain in return. Because of this, the market cap of, say, a consulting company like Accenture, as this chart tells you, is 15 times that of agency networks. And agency networks trade on the New York Stock Exchange at a multiple of 10 to 13, whereas Accenture at 25. Now, whilst it's true that we are in the people business, I feel we also need to standardize processes, automate them, convince our clients that when they come to us, this is our standard format, this is our standard way of doing things, and you have to follow our way. We can't be creating a different system and a different format and a different way for every client who comes to us. We need to harness technology and artificial intelligence to replace as much as possible human talent and use that scarce human talent only when technology can't help. There was a time when the bedrock of advertising was insights unearthed through quantitative and qualitative studies. Today and tomorrow, we need to master the art of uncovering insights through data mining. Take a look at this interesting chart I have, which gives you the top 10 most valuable brands of the world in 2007, 17, and 22. Notice that in 17 and 22, all the brands that dominate this list, all without exception, are those brands with one thing perhaps in common, and that is they collect more first-party data and mine such data to uncover insights to develop cutting-edge strategies. At one point, it was thought that global learnings are the most valuable thing going in the world, and they can be used in any market, which would provide great competitive advantage to their owners. Many multinationals who entered India discovered to their peril at great cost that this was a fallacy, at least in a diverse multicultural country like India. Local insights, of course, are inevitable. I was delighted to read recently that Thumbs Up, a local brand launched 45 years ago in 1977 and then acquired by Coca-Cola, is still going strong and now a billion-dollar brand. Indeed, a tribute, in my view, to the pioneering spirit of Chauhans of Pale and their product development and marketing genius. When I started Madison way back in 1988, my belief was that a good agency is a small agency with a few large clients. And I dare say I stuck to this belief for a fairly long part of Madison's life. But today, we have to recognize that the world has completely changed. Small is no longer beautiful, large is. So indeed, we need to scale up. The mushrooming digital agencies in India could consider mergers amongst like-minded people to retain their entrepreneurial invest in talent, other resources, technology, and data. I will not be surprised if after the aborted initiative of merging Omnicom with Publicis, which some of you may remember, there is another effort somewhere, sometime soon, since the need of the hour for networks is to reduce costs on milkmen and administration, reduce debt burden, and invest more and more in technology. As we know there is a need to invest in talent and technology to reinforce and improve our capability, there is, of course, a simultaneous and growing need to increase our profitability, because only then can we improve our delivery and improve our ROI to our clients. But I don't expect, nor should you, our clients to help us in this process. In fact, in the last decade, I have noticed that since they can't do too much about prices of sugar or milk or steel or oil or whatever other raw materials they use, which in most years have inflated, they have found it experience to expand the scope of their procurement teams to agency fees and media costs. In the process, stunting agency talent pools. To my mind, we will have to learn to fend for ourselves. We are ourselves to blame for the situation we are in, because I believe we have forgotten to say no to clients. It's not the client's fault that he wants lower and lower commissions, give lower and lower increase in fees, and whatever else. Because if we don't look after our own business priorities, nobody else will. To me, agency profitability is more important than market share for agency sustainability and growth. In fact, growth of the entire industry. In my view, I ask you a question. My view is obvious. Is it better to be the world's largest agency with poor profitability, or better to be the 100th largest or the 10th largest in a market, but with good profitability? But for the agency to invest in expensive resources and technology so that it can remain competitive and survive and grow, and not allow somebody who is more resourceful to take over the business. See the story of Infosys and GE. I believe it is very relevant to all agency managements. At one point in time, maybe in the 90s, Infosys had become over-dependent on GE, and a third of its revenue came from GE. GE continued to put downward pressure on rates to Infosys. Infosys took the courageous move to say no to GE. And then what happened? Did Infosys collapse? No, as we all know, they in fact went on to become bigger, enjoy better margins than their competitors over the next decade. And you know what? GE continues to be Infosys client. Another point, for too long, advertisers and their consultants have held us accountable for output like rates, CPRP, GRP, reach, frequency, and whatnot. I think the time has come where we should consider making the bold move for taking responsibility for delivering outcomes. Initially, in terms of increase in brand health parameters, but ultimately in terms of sales. This, to my mind, is not just risky, but complex to arrive at a fair attributable system to agency actions. But I should think in today's technology-backed world, it should not be impossible. This, I believe, would pave the way for better remuneration and bringing us closer to the top table. India, as we all know, is the land of entrepreneurs. And there are millions of small businesses in India who are profitable and growing. At least 10,000 or 20,000 of them are candidates for becoming our clients in the near future. Many of them reside in metros, but equally many reside in the top 50 cities in India. The real power of India lies with them. Take a look at this chart. I can't vouch for its accuracy, but I believe directionally it is correct. Google derives 60% of its revenue from 30 lakh such advertisers, not from our clients. I don't know if they can even be called advertisers today, or we will recognize them as advertisers. But remember, at one time, Nirma, Gadi, Vico, all of them were only on the fringes of advertising till they burst on the Doordarshan screens and monopolized that time's Chitrahar, Phul Khile Hai, Gulshan Gulshan, and the Sunday feature film, and thereby built large businesses for themselves, which are thriving even today. Even if we don't go down all the way down in this chart, there are 35,000 advertisers who contribute 20% to Google's revenue. We should think of how we can tap into many of these and convert them to our clients and help them grow their business. Not only will we be helping ourselves, we will also be helping speed up India's race to become a $5 trillion economy. And now let me come to my final point. And I'm glad even Anurag referred to it in some way. What's in a name, you may say? We should know quite a lot indeed. Given the length and breadth and the comprehensive, almost end-to-end services that most media agencies offer, and we are continuing to expand the scope of these services and even enter the creative area, I believe we should substitute the word media in media agency with the word marketing. And since media continues to remind us, especially on the 3As of our platform, when it comes to sequential liability, that we have guys principal to principal agreements with you, I think we could consider substituting the word agency with company or consultancy. Don't you think if you're called a marketing company, we would move closer to the top table, attract more diverse talent, attract more clients, and hopefully be remunerated better? Thank you guys for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Balsara. We just request you to please stay on the stage. We'd like a felicitation to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, for this, if I may have the honor of inviting Suresh Balakrishna, CRO of the Hindu Group, to kindly join us. Let the applause continue. Wealth of knowledge being presented by him, an honor absolutely to have you today with us. Let's keep applauding, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sam Balsara and Mr. Suresh Balakrishna. on the stage. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure there was a lot to take back from that session. And thank you once again, Mr. Balsara, for enriching us with your knowledge today. With this, before we move ahead to our panel discussion, let's take a look at our partner EVs, co-powered by partner ABP News. Aapko rakhe aage.
Baba, Baba,
कोरिया सिटी जानिए
Korea City. कोरिया सिटी कहाँ पे है?
शहर अंग्रेजी लगे हैं
कोरिया सिटी.
वो बहुत दूर है
कोरिया सिटी. कोरिया सिटी कहाँ है?
प्रोफेसर साहब को पता होगा।
वो ये छोटा वाला ग्लोब लगता है और पता नहीं तेरी बेटी से जाके मिल लो शायद उसे मालूम
हाय बाबा ने भेजा है कम हियर
कोरिया सिटी.
कोरिया सिटी नहीं क्यूरियोसिटी
वो क्या?
दैट्स व्हाट ब्रॉट यू हियर जो तुम्हें यहाँ तक ले आया
क्यूरियोसिटी.
So, ladies and gentlemen, firstly, it is time for us to move ahead with our first panel discussion of the day. We have the most exciting and awaited panel session for the day, Diversity and Inclusion, the bedrock of future of media agencies. Well, the diversity and inclusion are more than just words or a PR campaign. They are an integral part of the resilient, inclusive, crisis-ready culture. Most organizations today measure the diversity of their internal talent pool with classifications of gender, age, ethnicity, and culture. The focus, of course, is on creating a thoughtful and an agile culture and also a trusting environment where diversity of thought is valued and where talent is allowed to feel safe and thrive. Now with this, I just request all of you to kindly clear the stage so that we can call the panel up. Thank you. We request our team to kindly step down now. Thank you. Because I don't want any focus to divert from the speakers who are going to be joining us. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege and honor, first of all, to invite Preeti Murthy, President, Group M Nexus, to join us. Thank you, Preeti. We're honored to be now joined by Lara Balsara Wajidar, the Executive Director of Madison World. Let's give Lara a huge round of applause. Next up, Amit Wadhwa, CEO, Denso Creative India. Thank you so much, Amit, for joining us. I would prefer if you can sit under, yeah, that'll be great. Thank you. Rati Rangappa, the CEO of Starcom India. Rati, thank you so much for joining us. Harshal Karya, founder Shebang. Thank you, Harshal, for joining us. Aditi Mishra, CEO, Lodestar UM. Thank you, Aditi, for joining us. And of course, the panel being concluded with our session chair joining in, Neeta Nair, Associate Editor, Impact. Thank you, Neeta, for joining us. So over to you, Neeta, to take it forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna. We're here to discuss diversity and inclusion, and interestingly, we have more women on the panel than men. So with your permission, ladies, can I direct the first question to the minority here?
Oh my God.
Okay, Amit. Tell me, do you think advertising today is still all about the madmen?
Certainly not. It's neither mad nor is it dominated by men anymore. And the good part is it's not dominated by men anymore, which is fantastic. It's not mad. That's disheartening. It should be a little madder though. I feel we've moved a lot away from just the men tag. I think we've moved into a more diverse and a more inclusive way of working, and possibly, if I may say so, a more beautiful way of working. I think advertising represents the society, and that's what our world is about. So in a short form, no, it's not madmen anymore for sure.
Harshal, you started an agency when you were just out of college. And in the past 14 years it's been, how have you seen the evolution of diversity, in the industry, in your agency? Are you seeing more women in the leadership positions today than earlier?
Yeah, definitely. First, I just want to thank Sam for a wonderful address. It was so decisive and so clear and really lays the framework. So thank you for that. I think, as at Shebang right now, we have 51% of women in leadership, 49% of men in leadership, with 3 guys who run the company. But it's, I don't think we can blame ourselves for that. And we are about 60% women in the workforce, 40% men in the workforce. I think in addition to what Sam said as the opportunity with 30 lakh clients, 3 million clients, I think the other opportunity for India is the India to the world opportunity, which is, an interesting example of Infosys. And what Infosys has done for IT is what marketing and technology transformation, so the softer side of IT, as I like to call it, is what is our global opportunity. So I think as an Indian set of leaders, we need to start getting good at that, being able to, I think the diversity challenge for us is less men versus women. It's how do we work with other cultures? Our culture is more tuned to working with other cultures. So I think how can we better utilize that? And I think also maybe 8 to 9 years down the line, we will be having a totally different conversation, because by 2050, Africa is going to be 40% of the world's population. So the Indian leaders today who are good at working with the world are the ones who are going to rule the roost in Brazil and Africa as service markets, and then be able to cater to markets across the world. So I think that's the India opportunity on diversity and inclusion. And of course, I don't want to therefore bypass what we need to do in our own country, but I think that's the larger opportunity for us.
So, from my understanding, I think representation part is definitely being taken care of slowly. The second aspect is discrimination. I was speaking to Susan Treadle. She's a global CCO of FCB, and she mentioned that whenever she attended industry events, she almost felt invisible because men willingly ignored her. I want to come to each of the women leaders on this panel and try and understand, have you faced any subtle discrimination in the industry? Something which is not bad enough to report, but demeaning enough to, not let go lying down. Can we start with Preeti?
Are you looking at me in my eye and asking? Of course it exists. It exists at home. It exists in office. It exists in when you travel in bus, train, aeroplane. I mean, I've got men walking up to me and I've posted in Facebook saying, can you give me your aisle seat? You don't need so much leg space. Dude, book it, right? So those kind of, that's a travel experience, right? All I'm saying is it exists. But was I ignored and I felt blinded? No, never. Because at least I started in media, I've never done the creative side of the business. We had Rhoda Mehta, Ketki Gupte, we had enough stalwarts of women. I worked with Divya Karani, Divya Radhakrishnan, there's Anupriya in Publicis heading it now. There is a whole lot of us sitting here and a lot more who are sitting, who's going to join you later, Sonali Malviya, Maushmi Kar, name it, we have enough in the industry. Have we all faced discrimination? And me and Rati keep chatting about it in the past also. Of course we do. It exists. It'll continue to exist. What is important is this unconscious bias or conscious bias. We need to voice it out and table it and leave it for it to solve for. The challenge occurs is when we are trying to put it under the carpet, which happens 90% of the time. So it's upon people like us, educated and in the leadership position, immaterial of the gender, talk about it openly and not put it under the carpets today.
Lara, do you agree?
No, from my experience, especially in the work environment, I've never faced any discrimination whatsoever. Outside of work, yeah, maybe it does exist, but I would urge everyone or the few women over here, if you ever feel discriminated against, today there are enough policies and structures in place, so please go out and report it. Only if you report it can some action be taken. So, don't think anything is either too small to be brushed under the carpet. If you felt something, there are systems and infrastructure in place to report such things. So take full advantage of that. But no, I have not faced any discrimination, at least at work.
Rati.
So I think I want to start off by saying that, being really very lucky to have a family, who has been a great support and more importantly, has given, allowed me to voice my opinions, allow me to come forward and make my own decisions. I think that's very, very important to start with. And the next thing is that I'm also grateful for all the people. I mean, it's not just about women, right? Even men who have been great mentors and colleagues. I think I've been lucky in that front as well. And just going back to the thing about discrimination, I think to a certain extent, experience has helped me to recognize organizations that kind of mirror your values and give you the support and give you, that access to growth, right? Recognize your capabilities. And I've been able to, I think, recognize that and capitalize on that and make those changes as and when I thought was necessary, right? So to a certain extent, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag, not necessarily have faced so much of discrimination, but I do know it exists. And I would echo what Preeti and Lara mentioned, that don't leave it in the bag, confront it, come forward and talk about it. At the end of the day, it's about being true to yourself, right? And I think all of the women over here, to a certain extent, have gone through the journey about being true to yourself, and we are here because of that. And I think that would be one big advice, and echoing what both of them said, right? Just go out there and, embrace it and grab whatever you think, is your right.
Aditi, I want to ask you something slightly different. I think that one differentiation when it comes to your work life is, I think, the maternity break. And I've still seen men refer to it as a holiday, as opposed to something that's absolutely essential in that life cycle of a woman. So have you kind of encountered something to that effect where, I mean, I'll leave it to you to answer.
So let me start first with my own experience. So, I had children a little late, okay, and I didn't have initially much support, just me and my husband. And for the first 1.5 months, every day I used to think, okay, do I want to continue in this work? Because can I really do everything together? And then after about 1.5 months, I realized that yes, it is something that you can do together, but you need to co-opt a lot of people into your journey. And sometimes, for men also, it is about sensitizing them. Till they don't have a small child in the house, they don't really realize the kind of work which it needs. They don't realize what is the effort which has to go in. And through this journey, I figured that it is about sensitizing people, because we are a very people intensive business. It's a place where you have to get all of yourself. And unless we realize the problems that other people face, by bringing them up, by telling them, by sharing with them, they quite often don't appreciate what the other person is going through. And what I've seen over years now is that now people are even comfortable talking about paternity leave. In fact, just about 2 days back, I got a mail from one of my colleagues saying that, guess what? I'm here only for the next 1 week because then I'm going on a 6-week paternity leave. And it was quite okay. Everybody was like, yeah, fine, he deserves this. So nobody asked the question. So I think we've come a long way, but I think somewhere I would echo what the other lady said, that this whole discrimination is so ingrained in different levels of society that it needs all of us to be vigilant, that, whenever it comes out, we must call it out. We must share with other people that, listen, there is a bias here. Let's review what we are talking about and change.
And there's another aspect, more from an industry and work point of view. We call advertising as an industry which kind of changes perceptions, mindsets. And still we see ads which say, मेरी girlfriend चलती है 500 रुपए per kilometer, but Ola Micro चलती है 5 रुपए per kilometer. And even worse, the recent layer shot ad, which kind of tried to make rape sound funny, which obviously it wasn't. So do you think that an equal, having enough women or basically diversity in the team which was creating this ad, or many other ads for that matter, will make a difference, and the ads will come out cleaner, better, more progressive?
Hasn't it been? I think these are, of course, very bad examples of what happened, but they're equally good examples of so many so-called women categories, like washing machines or washing powders to whatnot, where the father is doing, the mother is traveling, or vice versa. It reflects the trend, right? It reflects the change in the mindset. It is sometimes in the initial days when those ads came, it was like force fitting this narrative. But today in 2022, it isn't, because pandemic changed things on how households are managed and how women deal with work and how even men deal with work, right? So I think it's a welcome shift, and there's more to come. But to me, the fact that we are counting headcounts and tere agency mein kitne women, mere agency, that is, to me, that conversation should stop. I think we have crossed that bridge to a large extent. We need to be keeping an open eye and not be blindsided, definitely. But we need to now move beyond the human welfare and mental welfare. And I think that's where we are traveling to. So ads are one representation of the society, definitely.
I just want to add in here, I think laying what was set as the foundation at the start, I think it's not just about having more women in the room, because I think there are more women in the room. If I take the example, 60% women, 40% men. So I don't think it's that. I think that as an industry, if we need to add more value to our customers and our clients, to our clients and their customers, we need to be in sync with consumers. And as an industry, we've forgotten how to do that. We do not go and, for us, it is this one geography of this city that we live in, which is a representation of our writers and, for our creators, that's where it comes from, or it may be other geographies, but we are not in touch with the consumer of this country as much as we need to. And I think that's where diversity will come in. If we listen with empathy and we really understand, that's what's needed. I don't think it's more, different genders in the room.
I completely agree. I think it's all about sensibilities. It's all about, having the knowledge and the understanding of the consumer rather than you have equal representation. It's the mindset change, I think, that is what is needed.
I think also, unfortunately, today in India, everyone has become so sensitive and so intolerant that you can just offend anyone and everyone, right? So I think just having a diverse team is not really going to help.
I agree. I think it's we need to be open to hearing more voices. We need to be exploring a lot more, whether it's small town, whether it's people with other kind of challenges, whether it's physical challenges or mental challenges. Some of these still remain a bit taboo. So how do you bring all of these things a little more into the open? Because then you can converse, then you can, find solutions.
Representation is not a problem. We are seeing enough women, yes. But, we also see cases like Me Too. I mean, it happened 4 years ago. And at that point in time, we saw a bunch of, very great leaders from the industry who came up and formed the collective. It was basically to fight against the boys club, as they call it in the advertising world. Do you think 4 years later, much has changed? I mean, do women have enough voice to actually speak out against the boys club within the industry?
Where's the boys club? I don't know. I think, like I said, today, every organization by law has to have so many, boards and all that in place, that there are, I think also now men are a lot more conscious and aware, and they are careful before they open their mouth. So that's also...
I haven't
But
spoken.
it's smiling.
I haven't spoken since the time the first question. But I, in some way or form, it started the movement. But I think what organizations have done post that is to create an environment where people are not too afraid to speak up, even if it's against some higher ups. I think it is not just about, so we're creating an atmosphere. There's also trainings of not just the people, also managers. I think a lot is happening there where sensitization is happening. And I feel that is the reason why it is much more safer and much more open now compared to, say, 4 years ago. And yes, because of the sensitization, men are a lot more careful.
It was a much needed cleanse, actually. So again, tying back to, if India has to be the service market of the world, serving the world, we can't afford to have these standards. So it was a much needed cleanse. I think across organizations, in our own organization, there was a particular complaint against a head of business looking after a particular city office. We didn't talk about it in the press. There was a head of business in the city office. Overnight, there was a survey sent out to all the women in that particular office. The consideration of all those women was considered. It was a majority who had said that, look, there has been some kind of an issue with respect to communication. Not that there has been any, not that, bad communication also should not be tolerated. So there was no inquiry or panel or anything of that sort also. Straight tomorrow, you're not coming to work from tomorrow. Because we cannot tolerate that in our workplaces. If we want to be, as an industry, if we want to be an industry that wants to serve the world and then lead the world, we cannot tolerate this. It can't even be a conversation. That doesn't mean E4M should not talk about it. Please continue to talk about it. Let it be an industry voice. But, it's not even something that we should be counting as a second nature.
Now I'd like to come to the client side. There was another example, interesting again, of FCB, which ended a 100-year-old relationship with Nivea, allegedly because the client made homophobic comments. I want to understand how many agencies in India today have built their diversity plank strong enough to actually sever ties or take a step this drastic. Are we ready to do something like that? Lara.
I think the honest answer is we can't afford to do that, right?
Okay.
But having said that, we've never in all these years have come across such a situation that it's, come to a break point.
Okay. Amit, what is it like at Dentsu?
See, the reality is that, of course, when we are talking about various things, we are changing in many ways. Are we there? Certainly not there. We're taking baby steps and evolving and changing there. You have to take a stand on certain things. We are taking stand on a lot of things. Of course, sometimes it is a tricky situation. We learn on the go. So yeah, I hope situation doesn't arise, but yeah, I think as we move along, we're working things around and taking the right decision. But baby steps, that I said.
So I think talking about the particular example you raised, see, I think in our country, some of these issues are not even known. I mean, quite often you don't even know what really is the sexual bias, let's say, of people. It's not something that is openly discussed. Yes, maybe in a small group, but otherwise not really known. So to even discriminate or to talk about it openly is a question mark. Just recently, we've started a survey wherein, you check for some of these things to understand whether people are comfortable being their true selves in office. Are they able to engage with people? Do they feel that this is something that they can talk about? And what we have found is that even today, there is a lot of hesitance in terms of talking about certain issues. Not because somebody is discriminating, but because you're just not comfortable in society at large. So I think it is good to open conversations, but we are still far ahead, away from a lot of these things. I don't think we are there yet.
So I just want to add that WPP has an initiative called Unite, which I'm part of. It's amazing to see how people open up about their gender preferences and talk about their challenges. And there is various work streams that we are part of. I'm part of one small one, because for me, the idea of getting associated is because the operation that I run is a 1,000-member team. I will have that diversity. I need to accept it. I have an 8-year-old at home who sometimes questions, what am I? I'm born as a boy. Am I going to be straight, or am I going to be what in future? That's the awareness level an 8-year-old has today. So I'm part of Unite to learn. As leaders in the industry, what Unite kind of platform allows is for them to express, or any employee to express their diversity challenges and come together. As far as the client question, it's a little tricky. I mean, we haven't faced any as yet, what FCB faced through, but we'll cross the bridge when we come to it.
Actually, I'd like to ask each of you, what are the kind of, do you have such teams within your organization which kind of deals with this? Lara, can we start with you?
Are you with me?
Yeah.
No, so we don't have separate teams for this, but if anything were to come up, we would provide senior level attention to it and get the problem solved. We also have a fairly open system where many people come up to the HR team and voice their concerns, and they've been very, can I say, generous or outgoing with their concerns. So in that sense, yes, but there's no separate team.
Yeah, so there are committees which are set up and they're set up zone-wise. So there is a Delhi committee, there is a Bangalore and a Bombay committee, specifically for a reason, because sometimes people want to talk face to face. So and this is represented by a lot of women and men, of course, at a senior level. And most times, if there is someone involved who is in any way also attached to this particular person, for example, there's someone in my team, there is a complaint against, I'm kept out of it. I don't even know what's happening around there till it reaches the decision level. So I think these things have been taken very, very seriously, and these committees are formed. There is an external person also there, which is in case there is a bias that comes in, there is the person who can lead you to the right conclusion. So these are these committees formed there, and yeah, I think that just shows the seriousness of it, and people talk about it, and I guess more comfort is created.
Interesting, because I remember in 2016, there was a lawsuit filed against the CEO of JWT, Martino Gustavus, if I'm pronouncing it right. and for perpetuating gender and race discrimination. You're talking about the topmost official doing that problem. Lucky, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, at the Publicist Group, I mean, this is now completely become mainstream. For us, we look at it on three different pillars. It's not just about diversity. It's about inclusion and belonging as well, right? We were talking about it earlier in the lounge that for us at the group, I mean, having Anupriya at the helm, for us, I mean, apart from that, I can give you so many stats, right? 50% of my Starcom leadership are women. 3 out of 4 regional leaders are women. So for us, I think diversity is, we are there. I mean, we're doing a lot in that space. We are there. And for us, it's more about, it's capability rather than, you playing the gender card, right? You've reached this position because of your merit. And I can vouch for all of us over here, the women in this space. It's not just about the gender card. It's about, reaching this level of position because of your merit and your capabilities. So similarly, apart from the diversity, which we, run through our Vivala program, we also have something called Pride, which focuses on LGBTQI, right? And we have Enable for differently abled, right? So from a group perspective, there's so much happening in all these 3 pillars. And for us, I think, like I said, diversity is part and parcel. It's now the focus is shifting to kind of getting, pride in place in India. How do we move beyond, just recognizing it, but also being sensitive and, building a safe environment? Have we achieved scale? No. Have we started work on it? Yes. We have workshops, we have classes, we have allied groups, to sensitize people, etc. So I think the group is doing a lot in this space, and I think I'm quite excited because it's just a start, and there's a lot more to do and take off.
Asha?
Yeah, at Shebang, we have 3 ways we look at it. One is we have, for the women, we have the internal complaints committee, and that's a strong function that runs itself. There's independent external people as well as internal people involved. So that's one strong part. We've also got Shebang for Good. So Shebang for Good has 2 parts. One is with respect to diversity and inclusion. We look at one part of diversity and inclusion from the point of view of LGBTIQ. So there's enough people from the community that we've employed. So our workforce is about over 1,000 of us between the 5 cities that we work in, 3 in India and 2 outside India. So there's fair amount of representation within the workforce of the LGBTIQ community, and they run sensitization workshops. So so we prefer for people from the community to run sensitization workshops. We've recently got a recommendation that you need to have a separate 3rd bathroom, which we're now kind of looking into as well. And I think from an India perspective, you also got to look at diversity and inclusion from an economic standpoint, because I think, most of us living here and sitting in this room, and I can make the judgment on behalf of all of us, I think we come from a space of relative privilege with respect to the rest of the country. So I think, our industry, I don't think we employ, our industry at the moment employs roughly, give or take, about 400,000 people. To take just the IT majors combined, that's 3x of us. So as an industry, we have a lot to do in terms of bringing people into the workforce, and that is going to be through people, let's face it, it's going to be through people who do not have as much socio-economic exposure as us. So another part of our Shebang for Good team works with close to 5,000 kids across schools, where we work on technical literacy, specific with respect to coding and creativity, and we bring kids into the workforce. That's the agenda that we're working on. So right now it's 5,000, but I've taken a pledge that for the next 10 years, it's going to be 10x of the number of people we employ. So I have to ramp up by September next year. It needs to be 10,000. And then, as fast as we grow, we will do 10x of the number of people we work with. So we got to bring more kids into the workforce, and especially from diverse backgrounds that are socio-economically diverse. And then some of the stuff that we keep at the top with respect to respecting women, treating them as equals, respecting all different, kind of sexualities and genders, etc., respecting them as equals. I think then that kind of comes into play.
So at IBG, we do have, a global initiative plus the local arms which support both people from different genders as well as women specifically. But I think what we have found apart from the committees which help is that somewhere it's not about a one brush for everyone. So quite often in a lot of cases, it has to be sensitively heard while you may be telling people that these are the rules or these are the norms and this is what we would like. But quite often when we get into a problem or a situation where somebody feels marginalized or somebody is feeling that, this is not how I would like to be seen, then we have to create more sensitive and special codes. And what we found is usually it's about being flexible rather than one norm which fits everyone and a case-to-case solution. So that's how we are right now dealing with it. But I think we still have quite a few steps to take in terms of, I think, the economic part, which Harshil spoke about, because that's quite an important piece now that, you want more people to come into the workforce. And you're seeing a lot of younger people who are coming in are from outside major metros with very different kind of backgrounds. So how do you integrate them without feeling lost, without feeling, not being a part of the group kind of a thing? So those are other initiatives that we've taken on, wherein you have a mentor program and you have a buddy who sort of helps you get into things and so on.
My next question was actually something that Harshil kind of touched upon beautifully. We've seen so many interesting ads talking about transgenders and how we should give them equal opportunities. We had the CAN award-winning PNG transgender moms. Then we had the Bhima advertisement. But when it comes to within, are we employing enough? I mean, are we at all looking into that aspect of employing people from that community within our office spaces? Preeti?
I don't think you recruit with that label, but you accept people as they are. I don't think today there's a hue and cry about it as much, is what I see, at least in the WPP and group ecosystem. Are people open about their gender preferences and all? I don't think so as much. But programs like Unite, I'm sure each group is doing their own stuff, will allow people to express more in the coming years. But I don't think it's a recruitment strategy like how we need to get more women. It's not a recruitment strategy.
So I think I echo what Preeti said. We've not actually, I think, received an application ever for from such a community. And if we were to receive, I think we would evaluate it based on whether that person is able to do the job or not do the job, and how they can fit into our work environment.
And before we wrap up, I think another aspect is, I think, getting differently able people, giving them an opportunity to come on board. And I think pandemic has beautifully kind of aided that. So are we seeing many, like Amit says, are we seeing a good percentage of people from the who are differently able in the advertising industry today? Are we giving them enough opportunity to work with flexible hours or whatever they need?
I don't think so, but you've given us something good to think about. It's a good note to end on, because you've given us something and you provoked us with something to think about.
So I was just going to say, we do have some people already with us who are differently abled, but I think we need to scale up because they may need different facilities. They may need some more facilitation in terms of flexibility and maybe even technology. So there are some more steps that we need to take, but yes, we do currently also have people who are differently abled and who are working, I think, superbly well with us.
Also, let me add, so we're doing a little bit of it, but a little bit of it. I think the discrimination while recruiting is far, far lower. What we need is for these guys to come up. And we need to create those opportunities of these guys coming up and wanting to be a part of it. That we haven't done enough of. I think we've shed the inhibition of, discriminating because of some disability. But I guess we haven't done enough of getting them to come up.
So I think we are out of time. Anybody wants to add something, or we can conclude? Superb. So I think we should practice diversity because it's not just because it's the right thing to do, but also it's because it gives us access to a larger talent pool and an opportunity to do so much more. So I think on that note, I'll conclude, and thank you so much for being such amazing panelists. Thank you for joining us here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give our panel a huge round of applause. While as we request you to please stay back to our entire panel. Of course, we'd first like the felicitations to happen. Neeta, if you could do the honors and help us in felicitating our panelists. First up, thank you so much, Preeti, for joining us on this and being a part. Starting with Preeti out here. Preeti, okay, no worries. If you can start. Yeah? Thank you so much. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Of course, thank you so much, Lara, for joining us and being a part of our wonderful summit today. Thank you so much, Amit. Thank you, Rati, for joining us today. Thank you so much, Harsha. And of course, thank you so much, Aditi. Thank you for joining us. With this, we'd request our panel to please come together for a group photograph for the hashtag E4M Confluence moment right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Smiles galore, knowledge. Thank you so much once again. So before we move ahead to yet another exciting session, also known as Vishnu of Mount Road, the Hindu Group recently unveiled a new look for its flagship brands, the Hindu and the Business Line. The Hindu is now cleaner, sharper, bolder, while the Business Line embodies the bold, vibrant, young spirit. Let's have a look. Hindu AV. In interest of time, apologies, we're going to be having to skip that part of playing the AV. We'll just allow a couple of minutes because I would want the entire attention to be on the stage and of course with all you wonderful leaders present here today. So just allow us a couple of minutes while as we get the stage ready. Meanwhile, by show of hands, has there been anyone who's got the time to participate and post something on social media? If not, please be media savvy right now. You guys are the leaders. It's a very simple hashtag of hashtag E4M Confluence. Please go ahead and let us know how the summit has been going on. So I believe that's my cue. When the stage is ready, it is time for me to call upon our next speaker. With your round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to invite Mr. Sandeep Gupta, COO, Broadcasting Business, Shimaru, would be sharing insights on FTA, an essential platform to reach Hindi heartland. Let's give Sandeep a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you E4M for giving this opportunity. At the outset, I thought, am I fitting in correctly? Because it talks about investment summit, and I'm not doing investment. I'm rather calling for investments. The reason that I was here, I thought, before they think about where to invest, okay. Thank you. Before the media talks about where to invest, I also tell them, why not FTA, which is the most growing platform for television. So the real buzz right now is digital TV and how digital is growing significantly and how TV may be or may not be fading. I thought most of us know the numbers, but it's okay to at least tell them TV is here to stay, TV is here to grow, and TV in TV, FTA is definitely one which is going to dominate now and years to come together. So let me give you some numbers. We are number people. I know everybody in agency works mostly numbers only. So nothing that I have to show something new, but I thought let me spend some time with you all at least before I say that, okay, I'm from Shimaru and I would want you all to look optimistically at Shimaru channel. So let me show you some numbers before I talk that. So this slide is talking about the census. We all know how census in television, it's growing. It's expectation, the updated numbers are that we are at 68, at 2018, we are at 66%. And it is presumed that it will grow. Unfortunately, there has been no broadcast industry survey done. Otherwise, the numbers for the upcoming years would have increased by a couple of percentage. And the reason of saying that the heartland is the principal place where there is an opportunity in TV is because that's where the opportunity of headroom is. So if you see Bihar, UP, Rajasthan, MP, all these highlighted states, the percentage of TV penetration is still low. While the GDP numbers of these states are also far different from the exciting ones, since there is room, there is the opportunity. And we see a lot of opportunity there, and the viewership in Hindi heartland is also very significantly growing. If I have to tell you some numbers, a 1.3 billion population, there are 300 million households. Of the 300 million households, the TV penetration is 21% in the heartland. So 21% in the HSM, which is equal to 32% in the heartland. So whenever we are thinking of any investments to tap hold of the viewers of any TG, right? So heartland cannot be missed, and heartland is the biggest place where the consumers are. So FTA penetration in Hindi heartland rates, if I say, I hope everybody understands FTA. FTA is the free television genre. So that's the fastest growing platform between 2019 to 2022. If you see the blue bars, all were close to 40%, and have all grown up to 60%. So it's a clear phenomena that TV is definitely growing. In last 2 years, if you see that there's a phenomenal growth of TV, and that growth is significantly wherever the headroom is. And the headroom is the heartland. So I specifically wanted to speak on this. Somebody told me, I think 2 years back, I was in a seminar, and somebody, I don't want to name the person, from one organization told me कि जिस बंदे को टीवी के पैसे नहीं देने, वो सामान क्या खरीदेगा? I mean केबल के पैसे नहीं देने, वो सामान क्या खरीदेगा? Right? So that's where I thought, is that really true? We consume or we even invest a lot in YouTube. वहां भी उस बंदे को पैसे नहीं देने होते. Right? But still, we know YouTube is a very significant medium to get to your correct audience base. Similarly, audience as you and me, we are poised with choice, and we are getting smarter how to invest, where to invest. So most of the diversification of TV is moving towards free to air, just for the very simple reason that the content availability in TV is significantly growing, and FTA is growing, and people have so many options to consume content. They would want to invest less so that they can use the best possible use of their money. And that's what I wanted to show, that if we understand the NCCS AB is what we principally feel that they are investors for our primary consumers. So in case of FTA, NCCS AB is 46%, and NCCS AB in pay is 60%. So if you are not reaching those NCCS AB through FTA, how will you reach this 46%? So it makes all the more important and evident that one cannot in any way ignore FTA whenever there is any option to give optimum benefit to your clients. To add to it, this pie of NCCS CD, right? So CD is the only NCCS which is going to grow. Most of our AB who are the affluent are moving to non-TV products, right? So it's more evident that to tap to those people, we have to use the vehicle, which is FTA. If I also see the GDP growth, gross state-wise GDP, the highest growth place in this heartland in CAGR for 16 to 20 is 14%, which is MP. The next best to it is Bihar, Jharkhand, and then UP, equivalent to Rajasthan. So these states in itself are also significantly growing, and I had shown you in my previous slides that in these states, the highest growth is FTA, right? So FTA is a most significant choice when you are trying to reach the heartland. That's what I wanted to ensure and mention. Now, another data point that I thought to share with you all is, as we see, who are the investors or who are the buyers? Either the millennials and who are the influencers? Today's days, the influencers are Gen Zs and Gen Alpha. While Gen Alphas do not come directly to your mobile with those apps, but they are the influencers at home. They make the parents say, I want this or I want that, and that's how we categorize. So Gen Z and Gen Alpha, again, you see in FTA domain, the Gen Z and Gen Alpha are 48%. Vis-a-vis the millennials, while they're 28% in FTA, pay as 31% itself. So not that FTA as a domain has a smaller demographic numbers for people who should be considered to be good investors for our product. So the reason that I came up with so many numbers is because I all thought that numbers is what we all deep dive to give ROI to our buyers. As CEO, I've always heard my sales team saying, "Sir, वो सिर्फ numbers ही खरीदते हैं. आप numbers लाओ, वो खरीदेंगे." Because corporate company में सिर्फ numbers ही देखते हैं. So that's what we brought for. We launched 2 years back. We launched 2 GEC channels, and the cumulative numbers in the 7-8 weeks, 7-8 quarters are 85 GIPs as on last week. Right. So probably this is what I had come here to tell. And I wanted them to say that कि भाई दूसरे जब कहाँ invest करना है ये बात करें, before they think where to invest, I ensure and keep in everybody's mindset that FTA is something that they cannot ignore. So I also took the opportunity of launching a promo of one of our new key show launch. And can you have the KV, please?
मेरी हर सांसों में तू है बसा, मेरी हर बातों में जिक्र है तेरा,
तेरी ही यादों में हूँ लापता, तेरी ही बाहों में मिलती पन्हा।
था इत्तेफाक या उसने लिखा, यूं ही नहीं है मिलते दिल बेवजह,
किस्मत की लकीरों से, किस्मत की लकीरों से,
किस्मत की लकीरों से, किस्मत की लकीरों से, किस्मत की लकीरों से, किस्मत की लकीरों से।
Back to GPT. So the reason of showing you this was that the quality at which the content is shown in FTA is also nothing less than pay. Because that's an audience, we want to ensure that we attract the best of the talents and the best of the audience base. So these are the 3 satellite channels that we have in our network, which is Shimaru TV, Shimaru Marathi Bana, and Shimaru Umang. And the show that we had just seen the AV of was Shimaru Umang. That was the first original of Shimaru Umang, while we have multiple origins in the other ones. And by December, we are trying to have at least 6 new launches in either of the networks. All right. So that was an important thing that we wanted to share. Before I end, I just thought that people should also know what the network Shimaru means. Investments in TV is not just what we are restricting you all to look for. We are a network. We first started with digital. And when we thought and we saw that it's a wider platform, TV would be much wider to reach much larger mass of India. So we launched these 3 channels and we're going to launch a couple of more. So what does Shimaru otherwise has, where we seek you all to have close eye on and keep investing. So that's it. Shimaru has more than 70 channels in YouTube with a monthly average MOUs of around 300 plus millions. We have the world's largest retro Bollywood music channel named Filmi Gaane, and we should be proud of that. This is the only music channel in probably of the network, which is, I think, the number keeps changing. I think it was in the top 6th or top 7th, right? It keeps, since YouTube keeps changing. So probably it should be within the top 10. Let me be a little more safer, right? So we have around 4 billion monthly views here in this. And if I talk about the channels here, both the channels put together, Shimaru TV and Shimaru Umang, we have 160 million active viewers monthly. The next bet is Shimaru Me, which is the other OTT that we have. While YouTube is one OTT which is not owned by us, Shimaru Me is something that we own, in which we have around 15,000 plus content, 15,000 plus hours of content, and 800 plus Bollywood movies. Gujarati is something that we are trying to be leaders in right now. And the next market may be some place where the GDP is extremely high. Maybe Maharashtra is something that we will target on. And we have already promised a lot of originals month on month. So Shimaru Me is something that we will be having a flagship product. I think if I'm not wrong, because that's not something that I primarily lead with, there is a promise in Gujarati where we have every month 1 new release. And that's something that kind of promise will come for Maharashtra also. And as it is an OTT, no limitation of rights. So we are more than 150 countries. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for the patient listening. I know TV as such is something that people predominantly first have a no-no. We are too much done with TV. And so as a network, we believe in content, and content can have any platform, be it free, be it pay, we have OTT. So I hope you want to see in the next sessions of investment, a lot of TV investment comes, and off it, a good share comes to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sandeep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if I may invite Prasad Chidali, the founder and CEO of LS Digital, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating Mr. Sandeep Gupta. A warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Well, before we move ahead to our next session, we're going to be having an AV for you all to view.
Change is constant. We are living in a fast-paced world where business is constantly evolving, embracing the one constant in business, change. Introducing the Hindu Business Line's new look, a redesign that draws parallel to the new age of business. Say hello to a premium news reading experience with an enhanced visual design upgrade and reader-friendly features. A design that will make analytical and explanatory journalism an indispensable must-read. Our brand new masthead reflects the spirit of a young and vibrant nation. Lesser, sharper edges reflect a soft and relaxed tone, a reminiscence of the past and a mark of change. The new logo is a contemporary design that gives the best of both worlds. The concentric circles show how BL has the last word on business reportage. The gray background, red pointers, and a large image at the center highlight the best stories of the day. Giving the attention they deserve, headers are now in a distinct red color. Big, impactful pictures and more visual elements. Clearer content hierarchy and demarcation. Shift to a more digital-friendly brand identity from Business Line to BL. A reader-friendly design that separates the content from the daily business report. Cross-platform navigators to aid content discovery. Portfolio is now a visual treat with more of a magazine-like look. The reader will be taken into a depth of infinite information aided with powerful visuals. Now standardized to the color family of blue, the BL graphics are dynamic and direct. Layout is now made vibrant, bolder, and smart with more emphasis on the magic of white spaces. A page aligned to such perfection, giving the readers the most enjoyable and organized reading experience. Text and visuals blend like magic to carry out storytelling in the same intuitive way in which we communicate via text messaging. When entrepreneurs make bold decisions, our font matches them. When markets become vibrant, our ink shows it in our changing colors. Business is evolving, and so are we. So get ready to sit back, sip your coffee, and open our redesigned Business Line. Business looks good.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we have a very engaging panel discussion, which will be talking about integrated media agencies versus digital specialists. How will the future evolve? There are a lot of digital agencies that help an entrepreneur or a company promote their business through the right strategies to have a larger customer base. Every business related to the e-commerce world and the B2B solutions needs to make a decision about whether to hire a digital agency or an integrated creative agency to increase their sales and revenue through marketing solutions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is my honor to call upon our esteemed panelists on the stage. With your warm round of applause, first up, Ajay Gupta, CEO, South Asia Wavemaker, to kindly join us. Thank you, Ajay. Next up, if I may have the honor of inviting Tanmay Mohanty, CEO Media Services, Publicity Media Group, India. Thank you, Tanmay. Next up, Sonali Malviya, Managing Director, India Essence. Thank you, Sonali. If I could now have Prasad Chujale, Founder and CEO, LS Digital. Thank you, Prasad. Next up, Shantanu Sirohi, COO of Interactive Avenues, a Reprise network company. Well, a lot of food for you, Shantanu, while joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor to invite somebody who runs a very successful podcast, Being CEO with Dipali Nair. Recently, one of her tweets broke the internet, where the Prime Minister of our country tweeted on the same, ladies and gentlemen, Dipali Nair, Digital Director, Digital Sales Center, Bangalore, IBM. So with this, Dipali, always an honor to have you join us. We'd love you to moderate it further. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I did ask Michelle, and she's already told you that I'm, famous on Twitter. But I did do an interesting thing. The topic that we have today, 3 days ago, I put it on a poll on Twitter. So before we even, come to my esteemed panelists today, I just want to share with you what the people on the Twitter had to say. We got about 150 votes and some comments. So if I can ask the E4M team to please put up the poll here, please. Okay, great. And we didn't define it. We just put it out like that, which was specialist digital agency, integrated media agency. Who do you think, will be successful in India? And it was 55-45, and we got about 145 votes. My audience is largely, marketing and digital folks. So that was an interesting one. And I think when I was speaking to the panelists here, in the prep that we did, the little that we did, what was very interesting for me was that each one of you had a very different definition for what you consider to be a specialist agency versus what you consider to be an integrated agency. Down to asking the question that is integrated media agency even a reality? Or will it succeed? Should an integrated agency definition be different? And what came home to me was that I think I've spent too many years in sales and marketing. 30 years ago, when I started, there used to be a concept of the integrated agency. I don't know if Shashi is, here just now, but Shashi hired me at FCB. And the media was a department that we used to have at FCB, okay? And then, the media agency split up happened. And then, once when I became the CMO, I still remember, at HSBC back in 2006 is when this whole concept of hiring digital agencies, came into fore. And I remember then in 2010, and I've had the pleasure of working with some of you as my, as my agency. 3 of you over here, I've actually worked with you guys, hiring performance agencies. So it started becoming, that specialist. Back to the question that we are sitting here and asking, integrated media agency, which is a combination of, let's say, digital versus press, or a combination of digital media versus digital, creators. I also got some quotes from some of the audience that we had on Twitter, and you will notice that I think it's a similar kind of a question that is getting raised over here. Their quotes are really only indicative, which says both are needed. We got that with the 55-45. You do what's right for the business. CMO's responsibility to ensure all the agencies work together, and specialists work in isolation. One is fast, one is slow. So with that, I'm going to throw open this debate first to establish what is really the definition of an integrated agency. And I'm going to come to Prasad first. I had mentioned to you that I'm going to get you to open. So Prasad, hello. What do you think? Integrated media agency definition.
Yeah, very interesting one, and I'll be very, I mean, when this invitation came and that integrated, when I heard about integrated, I just because we as an agency started, or we as a company started as a digital first one. There's a DNA of digital one. When it integrated for us, okay, traditional was not part of my thought process at all. Okay, so then I started actually looking, what do you mean by that, right? And today, very interestingly, Sam also talked about how it is, unbundling happen, and now how bundling probably would be happening. So when I say integrated, for me, definitely, it's more of the whole consumer's journey, okay? Because when it was a traditional versus digital, and when digital was not there, okay, there are a whole in your IDA model, Probably marketeers used to excite the person till desire, and then the journey would start from the traditional stores, right? And then Kotler talk about 5A model, wherein from aware to ask to appeal to act to advocacy. In the digital space, the whole thing has to be thought in a way. The first rupee that you spend, you really have to think through. The consumer is going to go through all those, of course, not like in a linear way, but probably like a football field where ball keeps coming here and there that way. So for me, integrated is about putting that consumer in middle of the whole thing. And instead of talking about share of voice, share of experiences. Okay, that is what integrated for me. Having said so, talking about traditional versus digital, okay, I think that most of the other people here who probably had a traditional experience can talk about it much better than I do.
No, we actually have Tanmay here who started out being a pure digital guy, and I remember working with him back then when we only would talk performance to him, only performance, okay, not even digital experiences. And today, of course, he leads an agency which has, much larger services. So Tanmay, over to you. How has that journey happened? Actually, it's quite the opposite journey.
Yeah, I think so. That's what everybody, I think, my team keeps saying that. But, when we started, I think when we started, it was more about, okay, client has a problem which no other agency can sort out, okay, whether it is digital or performance. And we started as entrepreneurs who could get in and solve that problem, hire that type of talent fast and solve for that. And that's how we started. But as the time progressed, what we understood is that depending on where the client is in a evolution or how they're internally structured, like a lot of organizations are structured very differently. That defines how they need a solution for. And if it is traditional business like CPG, they think of marketing and digital marketing completely different from a new age clients.
Absolutely.
And if a sales head defines the performance business versus a CMO defines what it is. So as we gone along in the last 15 years, what I've started understanding, and that's my experience probably is pretty much different, is that it does not, and I completely agree with Prasad that it is not the media money that matters, it's the experience that matters, okay? And agency who can probably bring in data, technology, and overall understanding of how the framework works for client probably delivers better.
Yeah. So I think what Prasad spoke about, putting the end customer at the center of it, and you've spoken about very interestingly how a client is structured. What is a CMO's KPI? Sometimes the performance marketing KPIs are not with the CMO. They are with the CDO. That also defines, on what kind of agency, therefore you're hiring. And Sonali and I had a, discussion about it, because ultimately an agency succeeds if you are married to the CMO's KPIs. That is critical. That's when you will stay and continue to, be and have that business, right, Sonali? So your opinion on that?
Thank you. Just sign that wouldn't work. Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. So agree with you. And I think what we spoke about a lot was in the space of driving outcomes. A CMO's outcomes or a business outcomes are not classified by any one specialization. You have to drive an outcome, and therefore an agency that is responsible across the spectrum is in a position to look at it overall. And I think as accountability becomes the single most important thing that we are driving, it's really important that the responsibility of driving that outcome is also centralized. And again, I'm speaking on behalf of Essence. We are a typical team, and we started off with depth. We started off with specialization. So we were rooted in data, tech, and analytics. But over time, we become integrated as well, because we realize that if you're only responsible for part of the outcomes, you actually don't have the full picture, and you can't really influence the people. That's my 2 cents on it. I completely agree with what's being said already. So.
Yeah. So I think what's also interesting for me is I'm hearing you say data, tech, customer experience, and owning the client KPIs. Ajay, I'm going to come to you last, but I'm going to ask Shantanu to speak first on this. And Shantanu, how have you seen clients evolve? I know you were nodding your head, and I know you've been my agency before. So how have you seen clients evolve over a period of time on this spectrum of hiring specialist agency or hiring an integrated agency?
So without sounding very old, because then it kind of rubs off across the panel. But the way I see it as something that evolved over the past 20, 25 years. Digital agencies were specialist agencies at one point in time. And not just that, within digital, you'd have, you remember, search specialists.
Yes.
You'd have social media specialist agencies and so on and so forth. And okay, the plug, Interactive Avenues has always been, that it's not just a plug, built as an integrated one-stop shop for all things digital. So with that way, if I have to label a client's need, look at what we do today, then we are a full service integrated agency. Because like you said, media were the other guys in the room. There was time when print ruled and television people were the other guys in the room, right? And then the entire ADEX shifted in favor of television. So if you want to look at the thing happening, so even in television today, there's more of connected TV, and then of course a lot of money going into digital and so on and so forth. So what's mainline anymore? Firstly, so digital and specialization, specialist probably doesn't go together. If there's a client whose dominant spend is going to be on the digital medium, then that is mainline for them. So that's one big thing. Secondly, clients invariably in the past or even today, they don't look at labels. They have a requirement and they need to look at. So specialist agencies, to my mind, would be all right if somebody is just narrowcast into doing only e-com and a client has only e-com as a requirement. Then it works that way. Otherwise, more or less, it's communications planning, good old full comms planning. When you do that, it starts with the messaging. And I said that to you earlier, the message and the medium can no longer be separated. So this, what we are discussing today, I'd say not just an integrated agency from a media or a paid media standpoint, but starting from the message itself. So creative needs to roll into that as well. That's what I'm saying.
I think Snali was also hinting at that, and I think Prasad was also hinting at that. I think in the good old days, when you had outdoor and print and television, the creative could actually be separated out. The media and the messaging used to run differently, and there was a degree of specialization there. I think the difference that digital has brought in is exactly that, which is that you can no longer separate the message from the media. And I think that's something that we all probably will take home, with us today, that when we are thinking of a, media agency of the future, whether that animal, according to me, will exist or not, I think is a question that we need to ask ourselves in the context of, digital media agency. Ajay, with that, I want to ask you in terms of your experience of, Shantanu definitely mentioned saying that, client is looking for, X kind of experiences or X kind of experience that the agency has. What has been your, experience in the last 5 years, not earlier on? Have the client's preferences shifted in terms of what they're looking for? Has there been a lot of change? Because the CMO organizations and the org structures are changing for sure everywhere. Some banks have, for example, CMO, CTO separate. Some banks have it integrated. So have you seen their preferences change in terms of what they're expecting from the agencies?
Yeah, so firstly, I think what's wonderful is we are all singing on the same page. It's incredible. And all of us are rooted in the consumer and the consumer journey, right? And we're all saying that it's about understanding where the consumer is in his journey. And the consumer actually gives us a lot of signals at every stage. And which is why integration becomes really important, because The consumer might give you signals at the time of purchase, which help you at a different part of the cycle. Or in the beginning, we at Wavemaker use momentum, which is about the consumer journey, starting with priming, which is about how primed is the consumer towards your brand. Then there's a trigger, then there's an action, and then there's purchase, right? So basically, how the consumer is going around the circle, at each stage, he's giving you data points, and you're using those data points to influence. And also, all of this is real time, and that's coming back to what you're saying, right? And when you're talking about DCO, you can hardly, have the luxury of having one person create your communication and another person deliver it when it needs to be done instantaneously, right? So integration is therefore becoming very, very important. And honestly, I think finally clients, yes, the roles in some cases are getting divided. Like e-commerce, in quite a few clients is looked upon as a sales function and not really a marketing function. Data is kind of a CIO territory and not the CEO or the CMO territory.
Yes.
So at the client's end, there are different people possibly, in some cases, different people having different KPIs on this. But
So do you guys now end up interacting with the CIO inside an organization, therefore, and the CIO team? I think that's one difference then, which never happened earlier.
Exactly. And in some cases in e-commerce, we're even talking to the salespeople.
Yeah.
The head of sales is someone who
Yes.
we are connected with. So I think, specialization works in infancy when something is new, like happened with search, like happened with social.
Yeah.
But the onus really is now on the agencies like us. And I think over the last 5 years you spoke about, we've invested massively behind different areas, like if you talk about content creation.
Yes.
Today, I think more than a fifth of my agency are content creators.
Wow.
You talk about performance, you talk about e-commerce. These are areas that we have really invested in. And today, for a client who really wants to maximize return of his investments from his customer, I think we are rightly placed to be able to do it. So as an integrated agency, I think because your ability to join the dots, bring together the data, and give a proper perspective of the consumer, you are in a much better position to be able to deliver value.
Yeah. So Nali, you wanted to say something when Ajay was talking.
I was actually saying exactly, he built on that, but I think the whole has become greater than the sum of its parts. And I think coming together at every intersection. And what I was saying was the CMO, CIO, CGO,
Growth officer,
the strategy officer, they all play an equal role. And especially the kind of clients that we have been working deeply with, that it's very hard to separate it. What is the role that performance plays versus brand marketing? What is the role content plays? It's impossible to separate it.
Yeah.
Consumer doesn't segregate their experiences of marketing. A brand in its goals does not segregate its experiences. So therefore, the agency has to come together and build both specialization and integration under the same roof. So,
if they want to retain the business.
and be responsible for driving outcomes.
Yeah.
A few minutes back, Sam is here, and he talked about how we shouldn't be using agency as a word, but getting into more of a marketing consultancy.
Yeah.
Now, from the client perspective, as a consultant, okay, what we are trying to solve is that digital as a catalyst. The problem needs to. So it doesn't matter if the CIO or so. It's ultimately it's a board function or a CEO function, right?
Yeah.
How do I use digital as a catalyst, okay, to get that growth or get those business goals happening? Is something that we should. So we, as a consultant, we should be solving that problem just instead of talking about different channels.
It's very interesting that you refer to this, and I'm not going to open the the revenues for the agencies and the margins for the agencies. That's a Pandora's box, and I think the marketeers perhaps need to have a relook at what they're getting from their agencies and look at it. And I'm on your side, on that one. But having said that, I think the thought where you're coming from is that, look, digital delivers top line to organizations today, right? And I mean, I lead that business for IBM for, India and for ASEAN. And I often have meetings, even now with the media agency, to say not enough leads, are coming in because my team has to, deliver on the leads that come in. So I lead that team. But having said that, I think the other interesting thing is that the difference of a consultancy versus an agency is that the consultancy has a conversation with the CEO, who is ultimately responsible for top line and the bottom line of the agency. I think what is your experience there? I mean, I know we're talking about a specialist versus an integrated agency. Which one is more capable of driving a conversation with the CEO then? Specialist versus integrated. Any one of you? Am I on top?
Interesting question, because I'll tell you what happens.
And out of syllabus, we didn't discuss it.
Always fun to do this.
No. So, simple. CEO are looking for a business growth. Every money he puts in, and every client has a finite money. Like he looking for a business change. But CMO wants to win an hour. Agree? The KPIs differ.
Some CMOs only. Okay. Okay, Tanmay.
I think everybody got the answer.
Yeah. So I think, therefore, it is also about ensuring that you're working with organizations where you advise them on what the marketing KPIs ought to be. And if you want to partner them on the marketing KPIs that you can deliver, then I think that's also something that the agency world should perhaps look at, to say not just the services we offer, but how the marketing ought to be structured sometimes, because I think that has an impact on an agency. But, I'm looking at the, time that we have left. So I'm going to come back to all of you and ask this question, therefore, which is important because it gives everybody over here a window into thinking that you have inside, your brains here about, and you're going to lead the agencies of the future. That's why you're here sitting on the panel. Which client? What type of client? Who's looking for a specialist agency? Why are they looking for a specialist agency? And who and why they're going and contracting an integrated agency? Because there's space in the market for both. Every digital agency is doing well. Okay. Everybody's had high growth in the last 3 years, right? Whether you're a specialist agency or whether you're an integrated agency, all digital business has had high growth. Now, there is a case for a UX agency being different because you're managing SEO, but 2 years later, we want an overhaul, our digital media agency or an integrated agency may not have that specialized skill. So if you have an in-house UX agency in your network, you call one, but that's a specialist job. So I feel that there are some specialist jobs which will continue to exist. And this, I've just given one, as an example, right? Having said that, you leave those aside. If you're looking at running the customer experience, if we're learning, looking at running the ROI KPI, delivering a sale at a cost, delivering a lead at a cost, right? And building the brand, then who's hiring a specialist agency and who's hiring a integrated agency? Sonali, you want to go first?
Happy to, since we spoke about this. Okay.
I'm not sure you can be heard. So if you, the mic closer to you.
Audible.
Okay, good.
Fully. All right. So I think, goes back to the conversation we were having as well. I think, and everybody here in the room is aware now that golden age of everybody turning unicorn is a little behind us. Today, every investor is seeking profitability beyond just user growth. As you move along that journey and your consumers and engagement and having a meaningful relationship become more and more important, it is going to become equally important for everybody to move up and own the funnel. And this, I'm talking about the consumer funnel, which ultimately leads to the brand experience funnel as well. And in that sense, I think all brands that have large growth ambitions and a long-term plan will ultimately go in that direction. And as profitability is not a profitability or building a brand is not a one-time job. It is something that is long-term. It is something that you have to drive over time. And therefore, I'll go back to the point I made about integration being singularly the most important thing. If you have to have a partner in an agency, and I agree with Sam that agency almost feels like a bad word because you're equally invested in the journey of that brand. So yeah, if that is your goal, then I am squarely invested.
So you're saying a client who has a larger vision and wants to build a larger brand should probably look at an integrated agency.
I mean, as long as you have a partner in them who can actually define the whole journey.
That's an interesting way to
as
say.
well as widely.
Yeah, yeah.
So we, as IPG Media Brand, we have a very healthy mix of clients, right? So we'd have an ITC who's looking for an integrated agency because they will say that, hey, I'm not going to break down into how much needs to go into outdoor, how much onto television, how much onto connected TV, how much onto search. I'm talking my marketing goals, communication planning, and from there you take it down, right? At the other end of the spectrum, because we have specialist business units, the Asian Paints would look at us as a specialist agency that is going to drive their digital transformation agenda.
Right.
That has to do with building their website on the Adobe platform and so forth, and a lot of other clients. So we straddle both sides of it. And again, it just boils down to whether the client again wants, how much does he want to break down his KPIs? Our recommendation always is that, you stay at the large clients invariably do well with integrated agencies. Also, the cost structures change. And while people think technology is a great liberator and equalizer, it's not really true. It takes a lot of capex and intellectual investment as well before you can say that, hey, we are able to take care of your data,
yes,
and be GDPR compliant. Right? So again, it depends upon the scale of the client for what makes more sense. Invariably, it is the integrated model that goes along.
So one is scale, and Sonali mentioned their ambition and vision in terms of having a larger brand. And I want to ask, Tanmoy, this question. How about their digital maturity? Would you consider that to be a factor?
Okay, I have a different view on this. Okay. Look at the top 500 companies, clients in India, who are listed in ADX. And if you look at last 3 years, their market cap versus the ad spend they have done, they're not correlating anymore.
Right.
That basically means that media is not working for them the way it is. Okay? But if you really cut the data down, you'll see probably around 18% of the clients or market cap is almost correlates to the media spend. And if you take that client set, you'll see most of them is integrated marketing. That means they have one or two partners.
Yes.
Don't have so many varied partners.
Yeah.
Because I personally believe that more you siloed the business, you lose the ambitions that you want to go up to. And you see that in data. I agree. And the biggest challenge I see in these clients, and there seems to be understanding that because paid media is not giving up the dividend to their size market cap, they need to equate the paid media versus earned media or the direct to consumer. And that's exactly where you need integrated media, because they can bring it together.
Yeah. Interestingly, when I ran the insurance business and performance marketing, and even at the holiday company that I worked for, I very interestingly would never put it in the marketing spends. I would put it in the acquisition, cost for sale, because then I got a lot more money from the board. Okay, so so CMOs sometimes have to do that to to ensure that we get more and more budgets. But yes, you're right. I think in terms of the correlation, that's an interesting one. I'm going to ask Prasad to give us the last word today before we kind of end. But Ajay, what is your opinion on what kind of clients are hiring specialist agency versus integrated agencies?
So I'm going to have a little fun with all due respect.
Yes.
I think a client looking at a specialist agency is one who hasn't really experienced a good integrated agency.
Possible. That's a nice one.
Yeah. So see, what is a client looking for? He's looking for the best agency to provide solutions at various levels, right? Whether it's e-commerce, it's your TV advertising, it's out of home. You're looking for the best man on the room, right? That's what a client is looking for. And if keeping that in the background, right? And as an agency, as a partner for my clients, the onus is on me to build that capability within my agency to make sure that I am the first partner of choice for the client for whatever he's looking for. And in this, there is a client interest, because only when there is an integrated player working with you who is the best at everything you need, can you bring it all together. When does a client look outside? When you do not deliver value in a particular area.
I agree.
You can deliver that value, you can make the client's money work that much harder. So a client will look for an integrated agency if you, as an integrated agency, have taken the effort to build the capability and to create the expertise that can actually help them.
Very, very well put, Ajay. I totally agree. I think it's about ensuring that you are serving the purpose that the client has hired you for and doing an excellent job, at it. Prasad will not disagree with that, but Prasad still, look into the future and tell me who will hire a specialist agency and who will hire an integrated agency.
That comes though at the beginning, the definition of integrated. Okay, and I would say this space is becoming a lot of skill game. Okay? And if there is a skill, and if you want really those IMA guys to joining our industry, okay, then it is about consulting. And if that has to happen, then the client who understands, okay, as an integration, not from the traditional and digital, he will look for someone, okay, who probably could do, as we call it, 6 areas: media, customer experience, data and insights, tech and innovation, digital first creatives, and basically UI UX. And that is where we as a group has sort of picking up some good founder-led companies. A few days back, we also, last week, we took over UI UX company. So those are the ones who understands the digital as a catalyst. They will go for the way I define the integrated as a one. Okay, and I would love to work with them that way, because it's very easy to sort of explain to them.
Thank you very much for those differential point of views. Let me just conclude, especially because the CMOs are not represented here. I must say that I think some of the CMOs and the marketing teams probably take the trouble of doing the integration themselves, and therefore do a good job of still building the brand and delivering on the KPIs with multiple specialist agencies. Some of them are structured in a manner, and perhaps the old FMCG companies where you require an integrated agency because the budgets are too big and it is quite complex to do the divisions, and they perhaps do not carry the KPI of delivering the digital sales numbers. So I think these are various variables that are coming, which make me realize that financial services work differently, FMCG works very differently, the new age businesses. And the last point that I want to make is very large clients born on the internet businesses are also building these agency capabilities in-house today. So I think that's the other thing, that's extremely important, that they are building an integrated media unit, internally, and are perhaps not farming out, the business. For the audience here, thank you very much to my, panelists. And I think the jury is open on this, whether, one versus the other agency model will work for the future. But yes, I will borrow what Ajay said. If you want to retain your clients' businesses, do a good job.
Thank you so much. We'd request our panel to please stay back, as we'd like to, of course, felicitate you. But before that, if you can have a group photograph of the entire panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What a wonderful panel discussion this has turned out to be. Yes. Well, hashtag E4M Confluence moment right there. And with this, if I may request Ankit Prasad, co-founder of Bobble AI, to kindly join us and help us in the felicitations. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge, huge round of applause for Ankit Prasad. Ankit, of course, starting with Ajay. Thank you so much, Ajay, for joining us. Thank you so much, Prasad. Thank you, Sonali. Thank you so much, Tanmay. Thank you so much, Dipali. All right, that's okay. First, thank you so much to Shantanu. And Dipali, before we get that perfect selfie moment or, the tweet which we are talking about, thank you so much, Dipali, on that. And let's have a perfect selfie moment also right there. Hashtag E4M Confluence right there, ladies and gentlemen. They're matching up to the trend. Thank you once again. Well, what a great panel discussion it is, and let me tell you, we're going to be bracing up for a great and a very informative session coming on the other side. While as the stage is getting prepped up, we have a fireside coming up now. Meanwhile, I'll of course request all of you to kindly tweet hashtag E4M Confluence and get that on. So as our leaders are present here, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like your keen attention now. He's an industry veteran with over 30 years of experience, where he has built a highly awarded team of professionals and organizations that today form the country's leading media network. He's somebody who's actively involved in various industry bodies and was recently re-elected to the president of MRUCI. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm and a huge round of applause to none other than Mr. Shashi Sinha, CEO, Media Brands India. In conversation with our session chair, Nazia Alvi Rahman, editor, E4M. Welcome, Nazia, and welcome, Mr. Sinha. Over to you.
Thanks, Bhavna. We have a quick session, but before I start, I'll tell you why I'm always very excited whenever I have to have a chat with Shashi sir, because in last 7-8 years we have had this trend that everyone wants to see the questions in advance, whether it's politicians or even everyone in our industry as well. He's the only man brave enough to always tell us, I don't want to see the questions, ask me whatever you want to ask. So I'm actually looking forward to this conversation. He's not just brave, he's also very smart. He also knows how to answer and not give the answer. That's another reason why he has given me that liberty. So that's another art we have to learn from Shashi sir today. So, we have had this wonderful presentation by Sam this morning where he said that globally now the digital numbers have gone to almost 77%. Early this year there were reports that said that digital is almost 50%, and by end of year it will be exceeding, it can be the main platform and will leave TV behind. We are in October, we are in middle of the festive season. What are the numbers now? Have we left television behind? Has digital already?
In terms of addicts, I presume you mean in dollar terms? Yeah. I don't know. Since I'm sitting on stage, I also do a job for TV in print. I think I must protect the interest. I was not listening to Mr. Balsara, but I must say, I must say this, that I was seeing a presentation from Kanta the other day, and I don't know if anyone in the room was there in that presentation. Mr. Goenka was there, and two of us were listening to a presentation where my perception was that in UK, which is perhaps the most evolved market for digital, and this is something which mystery I've not been able to solve. Maybe my age, I can't reconcile the numbers, or maybe I'm not a traditional media person. I've came in from servicing into media, whatever the reason. So, Kanta, who runs both the digital panel and the TV panel in UK, and UK I said is the most evolved market where people say, I don't know, 77%, but at least 50+% is digital, rest is TV in terms of addicts, is what is publicly said. And as you know, digital CPMs are lower than TV CPMs. What they showed was viewership of TV is still about 70%, viewership of digital is 30%, in the cross panel. So these numbers I can't reconcile. Now, digital has a very strong performance part, and I don't know whether that should be counted when we look at addicts in the conventional sense, the way it is. So it is a classical data thing, you know. It's like our TV channel saying we are number one, 15 of them claim we are number one. Because they look at different time cuts and time bands, you know, the same thing here. So I'm saying something quaternion. I'm not sure what a digital ADX is because there's no way to measure, or for that matter TV ADX, there's no clear way to measure. But I still believe there's a lot of juice left in television to that extent, and so too print. So I would not, in a roundabout way, answer your question. I'm not sure whether digital, it's fashionable to say digital is one fast, but I'm old fashioned, so it doesn't matter.
But we are here to talk about future. You know, we are discussing the agency of future.
You're the wrong guy to ask about future. Mr. Balsara and me, we out of the business when the future comes in, you know, so we're the wrong people, you know, are the young people before the panel, before they were given the future.
No, we want to learn from you what all things we need to do to get our future right. You know, measurement, you also, you don't know how to measure whether digital or TV, which one is doing better. A lot of people in our industry are struggling with measurement. Measurement is a problem, and you very bravely are heading BARC and MRUC. So, you know, there have been a lot of...
So let me explain before you finish your question. MRUC is a very happy job. There is no problem. There is no measurement. There is no IRS, so it's a very happy job.
So that's what I wanted to ask you. When is the IRS coming?
There is no problem. Let me tell you, it's robust. Those who don't like the numbers, you know, it's like this, one of those, when you were in school, you used to find a flunky sitting there. Everyone would go and do tappu and go away. So BARC is doing tappu and go away. One channel, big network has got out of BARC. For the knowledgeable, they know why they have got out of BARC about 5-6 days back or 4 days back. They have requested data run come tomorrow. So the data is not coming tomorrow. But everyone who is knowledge in the room knows why they have gone out. Something called co-location, new word I heard about co-location. I don't know what that word means. Someone will have to educate me.
But this is a standalone case.
In the process, they are support to BARC and VET. That, you know, TRP scam, white paper has not come. Or a TRP scam happened 2 years back. Now, some government agencies have come and exonerated someone on paper. We have not seen the report. In that fight on national TV, that day Mr. Gehlot is saying, but there's fight happening between two channels. Again, BARC is dragged in. So this measurement body is, you know, it's like anyone, like I told you, anyone, like, go. So, you know,
No, so I know it's a difficult job, but how do you handle it? I mean, it's not easy. Everyone coming and you know, putting everything on you. So, you know, what exactly are you doing to salvage the situation?
Very easy. When it suits you, you say, you know, when you want to answer, you answer. When you say, go and ask the CEO, I'm just a chairman here, or you are the operating team. Easy ways of getting out. No, but jokes apart. Jokes apart, I think there are certain, so to be serious for a short while, that I think there are certain steps which need to be taken to rectify the situation in terms of sample size, in terms of technology, methodology. These are long haul processes. And genuinely, I think all of us who are involved want to make a difference. And we should make a difference, you know, so cross-media measurement in terms of quality of meters, that today meters we have seen which can measure, which can be very cheap and large-scale ramping up can happen. So that, you know, this interference which happens in India, it's not about error levels reducing. Mr. Sapuja will explain that just by putting more meters, error levels will not reduce. They are what they are. But the interference will go away. But that is time. You know,
but is there any timeline, like how much time? Because you know, we've been hearing about all of this for quite some time.
It's a board managed company. They are stakeholders. Each stakeholder, when he sits on the board, has his interest in mind also. It's a very peculiar organization, you know. This is not because the stakeholder wants something done, and then there's funding issues. So it takes, you can't, any statistical survey of a country of this size can't be done in 2 months or 3 months or 4 months. So there are challenges, and it's like a flying plane which you're trying to refuel in the middle. You know, one fellow comes in, like I said, you know, fires a rocket at you from below. So there's a hole which comes, you start leaking the earth. By the time you're thinking long term, but every day you're finding one day landing page, one day co-location, something new thing will come up. Then one fellow is reducing volume in, only I think Munna will understand the joke which I'm cracking. We lost in, you know, in West Bengal. So the watermark is not picking up. You know, so all these kind of things are happening. So if you get a peaceful runway, you can take off. But the enough snipers on the runway trying to pull you down. So this is where the problem is. It will take time. At least some are having fun. See Mona laughing. Others I don't understand or not.
So, coming back to
broadcast fraternity in this room will laugh. I thought Gaurav was also somewhere. Gaurav, he ran away. In advance only he ran away.
Coming back to our topic about future agency, you know, again in the morning session and otherwise also during conversations conversations we hear that, margins are reducing, profitability is going down. Sam mentioned that now media agencies are not able to, get people from IMM, the big management institutes, because the kind of packages that bigger consultancies are able to offer, media companies are not able to offer. So, how do you define profitability in your business, and how will the future agency manage this issue?
I understand your question. How will you define profitability? Profitability is very simple to define, as there. So how will you manage profitability in the long run?
Yeah, considering that it's going down, that the margins are shrinking.
I'm not sure margins are shrinking. Again, I'm known to be outspoken. PK is sitting there. He will endorse what I'm saying. Margins are not shrinking. Let him say margins are shrinking, then I'll agree. So.
Or is this the picture you give out?
So I have never given that picture out. Global companies, it's embarrassing to say margin not shrinking. You see, pick up the global balance sheets of all companies, advertising companies and communication companies. I think margins have been reasonably steady. What Sam is saying is bang on. The talent is not coming in because that talent is being outpriced. It's not about so there are two different things. That our margins are shrinking.
By margin, I mean that margin at which you get a new client.
No. So our margins are not shrinking. We are robust. The advertising industry is very robust. What's happening is, to the talent point which you made, there are to be so many opportunities, so many new revenues, and those people are paying a lot of money which were not being paid before. When we went to advertising, Mr. Balsara, Vikram, all of us got to advertising. The salary difference we considered, there were no consulting companies, and the salary differences were not much, and some also our passion got into advertising. Today there's a huge difference between startups and whatever they're paying. So the ecosystem has changed. There are two different points.
How do we address it?
I don't know whether you need to address it. Today there are a lot of bright young people coming in. It doesn't necessarily matter to have an IIM degree. I'm firmly of the belief that, there are a lot of bright kids who are not getting into the IIMs who will still come into advertising, and people are passionate about the business. Our business is a bit of left brain and right brain, and you get talent there, you pick talent. Doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting an IIM graduate. The Unilever does not attract too many people from the IIMs. They do, but they lose the best to the consultancies. So it depends on how you pick and choose, You find on college campuses, which are graduate college campuses, getting very good talent.
Do you think these consultancies have become a threat for media agencies?
Not at all. The ability to do the kind of work, the volumes which we transact, which became Mr. Balsara or our companies transact, and I'm not missing him out so that he doesn't feel left out. So, the volumes which we transact and the margins that we transact, I'm not saying profitability, at the margin transact, they and their grandfather can't do. You see, we are used to operating at large volumes, at margins, which they just cannot transact at. That will never go away from us.
But a lot has changed in last few years. There is this
Absolutely.
complete digital transformation. So, if I talk of this agency of future, what do you think would be some pillars of transformation? Like, what are the things that we must do now to keep pace with time?
Tough question to answer. I'll give a philosophical answer that as long as you have passionate people in the business who enjoy the business, who are not seeing it as a meal ticket, who like what they're doing, they will find solutions. The previous panel, the great discussion happening, where they were talking of integration and they were talking of specialization. Both are right. There's no right answer. It is a state of the mind. But passionate people, I was quite impressed because all of them, including Shantanu, my colleague Shantanu, was very passionate. I've never seen this passion in office, but I saw him operating, So he was extremely passionate. So I think as long as people believe in the power of advertising, look at our Prime Minister, he believes in the power of communication advertising. So why not this business? This business is going to go very fast. It's not going to go anywhere. It's here for many years to come.
But passion is just one of the things. Yeah. But if practically, like at the execution level, if I have to ask you, what are some of the things that you must do to upgrade your agency and keep it?
They're very fashionable things to say. So I don't want to go that path. These are buzzwords internationally. I keep saying the simple thing. You have, for me, life, by now you've understood, life is very simple. It's not very complicated in my life. So you have people who enjoy, you have decent leadership, and you create a good environment and a good culture. Because what is definitely happening in our business, that the passion and the fun versus the pain, and the pain has many manifestations, whether it's long working hours, whether it's client pressure, whether it's insensitivity to handling people, combination. As long as you get the balance in the positive direction, all is good. If people enjoy the work they're putting out, they're proud of what they put out, whatever it is. So All that is the final thing. Everything else is a means to that end. That means could be in the, this whole business of integration, not integration, specialization, all those are all peripheral in my opinion.
Shashi sir,
I'm not going the way you wanted it to go, but
but that I told everyone right in the beginning, that you have to learn the art of giving the answer without telling much that you want to. So, you know what, you are, kind of an example of this, that this industry runs on relationship, it's the entire media industry, building relationship, networking is very, very important. But the way things are changing now, everything is pragmatic, AI driven, etc. So how much important will it be in future, like this relationship building and having this client?
See, let me give you a philosophical answer, which I believe in strongly. Relationship means what? So this is a word which I tell my children, because telling people at office they throw me out, but at least my son and my daughter are captive audience. So I said, listen, what is trust? What is relationship? Relationship is on trust. Trust is in a combination of two factors. So if you have integrity, people believe in you. What does trust mean? Obvious answer is integrity, believe you, but that's not enough. Will you trust a donkey? Why am I lying donkey? Will you trust a fool? You will not. So you need capability. So if you have a combination of capability multiplied by integrity, that's what trust is, that's what builds relationship. So I think even AI, not AI, someone has to have trust. If these bots are being served, you'll never ever believe in, whether you trust this guy. So I don't agree with this relationship. I will not take a name, but the client turned around and said to me the other day, and I put pressure, and again, poor Shantanu gets the heat. And we are doing a meeting on Monday with a client. He said, listen, we are getting into e-com and this and that, but today our specialist agency is on e-com. So I said, why are you asking me? Telling me I have nothing, I don't know this, I just barely know how to spell e-com. So why are you asking me? He said, the reason I'm asking you, because I've known you for so long. You manage a large part of our relationship. We've been worked together for very, very long. So when you come in, I'm sure that things will not go wrong. At least you ensure. So that is trust. Not just because if you translate that to mean relationship, that I know the person for 20 years, that's not trust. Trust is maybe something I've done in the past as a pattern. Let me know that I may not understand AI, but I'll get people on the table who understand AI, or I'll get all the fancy stuff you took. So all that would change. Whatever technology comes in, whatever comes in, someone has to translate into that. Someone knows it. You hire those people. You build the relationships. I may not know everything which is there to know. I go professional. I don't want to know. There's only a small brain that much can go in. So why? Simple life is just filter out everything, whatever remains remains. Have I answered your question or no?
No, you answered. And I think it is that you've done little overdose of trust, and that's the reason you're pulled into BARC, you're pulled into MRUC, and because I have 0 minutes left now.
Glutton for punishment, that's why I got pulled in every otherwise.
I want to ask you my final question. When will we get the next IRS?
Till the time I value my peace of mind, no. Mr. Sakuja is the right man to answer. The topi is on his broad shoulders and his bald head. But, he has to decide how do we get the next IRS going and how do we get fellows to fund. Problem is not about capability in this country, in every research or any organization. Problem is about managing stakeholders and putting money on the table.
Thank you, Shashi sir. We are out of time. We were late, and I'm really sorry that cut my time. So, thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, and we just request both of them to kindly step there. And ladies and gentlemen, hashtag E4M Confluence right there. Mr. Sinha, we just request you to stay as I request Varsha Oja, Head Marketing and Communication, Shimaru Entertainment Limited, to kindly join us. Thank you, Varsha. Please help us in felicitating none other than, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shashi Sinha. All right, first up, ladies first. Thank you so much. Nazia for joining us, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Shashi Sinha. Thank you. Well, the knowledge is only and only getting better ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, the final session is definitely not going to disappoint you. Next up, we have an engaging discussion coming up. Well, for our fireside chat on how future-ready are Indian agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, we have someone who's responsible for driving operational excellence while leading teams across OpCos, trading, and specialized units to drive client delight while fortifying partnerships. He's somebody who's overseen Mindshare's rapid expansion in the market as its CEO, bringing it to a market-leading position and winning numerous global awards. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to now invite and please welcome Prashant Kumar, Chief Executive Officer, Group M, South Asia. In conversation with none other than Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, E4M. Welcome, Mr. Kumar. Welcome, Mr. Ahuja.
Thank you.
Over to
Thank you,
you.
Bhavna. One small correction: PK is not leading Mindshare. He's leading a group of which Mindshare is part. There are 6 agencies at last count, part of Group M, and many other services businesses. So welcome, PK, to this chat. Thanks for taking time out, and thank you to all of you for being patient. And Shashi is very vocal and very candid, honest. Thanks to that, and Shashi has already answered most of the industry-related issues. So me and PK will perhaps stick to more brass tacks and where the business is headed, and also try in the process not to bore you. So PK, I want to center this around 2 pillars, this conversation. There's a lot that's gone on in the media agency ecosystem in the last 20 odd years, from the days of HTA media, when media slides used to be the last to be presented, to now be at the forefront of what clients are doing, the first line item that clients look at. And now with all the rapid growth of technology, digital, and what have you in the last 5-7 years, the entire face of this business has changed. There are 2 sort of large umbrella trends that are colliding at the top. One is the agencies that are trying to learn advertising technology at a very fast pace. On the other hand, clients are driving their businesses very fast to kind of get technology to drive their entire marketing sort of function. So there is a collision, is not the right word, but perhaps there is a sort of merger of MarTech and AdTech happening at the top. Agencies are very focused on AdTech. MarTech is the other pillar where the clients are focusing a lot of energies and time, effort on. How do you think the agencies in the current form are equipped to kind of also get seriously into MarTech and help clients there?
Lovely question. It's true, especially that in the last 2 to 3 years, I think this observation which you said has only accelerated. Right, I think we have real dynamic changes happening on a daily basis, right? And that's also because I think the business models have changed. I think a lot of technology intelligence into doing business has just has been accelerated, and the momentum is completely on a daily basis. As far as our learning goes, I think a lot of it stems from what is the client's business, what is the model, how is the business done, which category, what consumers are, understanding of all of that. So I think a lot of it is to really put an effort to know about the consumers and about the client's business, right? And there again, these days, if we compare 2 decades back, I think a lot of information, a lot of insights, a lot of data which is real-time available, is today available in your hands, and technology is helping us to do that. So essentially this means that multiple efforts which allows us to learn and get insights, and therefore investing into tools, investing into data understanding, and primarily investing into, the right talent, upgrading our talent to understand that is all a stitched up, formula which is evolving. But that's where the time has to go in from most of the, organization which is really trying to stitch up the MarTech potential and capabilities along with the AgTech potential and capabilities. Because we also have a partner ecosystem which is evolving very fast. And sometimes I feel the partner ecosystem is more evolving than anybody, right? And that's because the hunger and the urge to leverage many of this technology put into understanding consumers and use them to business growth across multiple businesses, probably displayed. So it's very exciting time. I think every organization need to deeply think about how to invest in, and proactively work on future aspects on this.
So, the important adjunct to that question is that how do you attract talent to work for you, which is well equipped to deal with, the ecosystem of AdTech and MarTech, because, the truth is today, advertising agencies are not necessarily the first port of call for the brightest, especially in the technology space. So what do you do as a, media agency, as a media services company that makes it exciting for them to be part of? Because, like you yourself said, platforms know more than you do, or there is a, whole lot of ecosystem outside. There are independent companies, there are youngsters who are starting their own agencies. There are consultancies who offer top dollar, hire from the, topmost institutes. Where does the media services ecosystem stand in terms of being able to attract this talent?
Again, let me be very candid. I think we are all in the learning process in that. I don't think anybody has a perfect answer to that question. But I think what I can say is that, in order to attract this talent, I think what is very much, some of it, I think Shashi mentioned, to have the culture and the ambience, which is very important, I feel. But I think the ability to, or an opportunity to do some fantastic work is definitely a very inspirational or aspirational aspect for many of the new talent. Because today's world, as you see, especially given the last 2 to 3 years, we all know that the industry has gone through a great change. Some are new, some of them got new roles, some are new businesses, some are old categories and new businesses. Everything has happened, right? We have seen how the startup ecosystem has really created that momentum. And because of that, I think it's important to keep a lot of open mind. One is to accept that there is a lot of newness which will come and hit us, right? And therefore, learning and sharing is a mutual aspect which has to come in, right? I think that kind of an attitude and that kind of really openness will actually give a lot more open door for many more great talent to come in first. I think a lot of, I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure it must be about 30% to 35% of the people today in our industry probably are new. And if they're new, they should stick on. And they are the people who will probably give patents to more new people coming into the industry, right? Today we see a lot of versatile talent coming into the industry. They should stick on to the industry. What's in it for them? One is obviously the culture, ambience, but also doing some great work, right? Ability to, I think, being afraid of doing mistakes and rather than being afraid of trying. I think we should, these are not words of mine, these are words from the famous and greatest Roger Federer. So I'm just quoting from him. But we should not be afraid to try. We should have space to do mistakes, right? And therefore newness and innovations can come, right? So I feel the more we do that and the more we are able to, demonstrate some of the examples, inspire people, make it much more, much more, go and talk to more people, tell them what the industry is about, how the industry is changing, what's in it for them. I think this can be a different change which we can see.
And media service companies have made a lot of progress also in the last 10 years. I remember a lot of conversations used to be centered around how these big consultancies will sort of eat up the sort of businesses of media agencies, but that's not happened. A reinvention has happened. Clients have reposed more faith. A lot of agencies have, gone where the customer is. Hence, been with the client. Let me now come to, the other aspect of, what's happening in this entire space. Everybody talks about digital, right? Growth of digital, growth of technology, the platform. And the last 7 odd, 8 odd years, we've seen so much of mushrooming, right? Digital is unlike any other linear or, legacy media. I often use this example. 25 years back, if, a client wanted to put an ad on a TV channel, all he needed was 2 agencies, right? A media agency and a, creative agencies, and most likely both of them were under one, roof. So one agency. Today, if a, client wants to be on, say, Facebook, you need what? Maybe 10 companies to work with. Somebody is doing influencer marketing. Another guy is, doing ad targeting. A third one is doing, programmatic buying. Another guy is creating the 10-seconder. Somebody is doing data analytics. So, the entire ecosystem has really boomed. And, you guys have also done a lot of work from doing influencer marketing, content, and, now I understand work in the CTV space. Where is this future headed? How do you see it panning out 3 years, 5 years out from today? Because all the mushrooming that has happened has been, if you look at TV is linear. So mushrooming of TV channels in some way was just cloning of the same model. Here, this is not cloning, right? This is like new models spawning every year. So what does it do to your business 3-5 years out? What does it do to the, brands that want to reach out to consumers?
Again, a great question. I wish I had all the answers for this. But I think it'll take a lot more, efforts on what we do today to really recognize, what the next couple of years can be. And what I mean by that is, I think, as you said, at every single space there is mushrooming happening. There is an evolving product or a service or an opportunity which is coming up. We all need to be completely, ears, eyes on it, right? And obviously picking up trends and proactively trying some of the aspects which can really, give best solutions to the entire task itself, right? And in that I entirely mean by the client's business, right? I think learning expertise, if somebody is able to, learn about influencer marketing, somebody is able to learn about CTV or, different technology related products, I think it just adds to the advantage of how we are able to, come with the solutions for that business. And when we are able to spend more time on the preparation of, what is really working for the, with the consumers for the business, I think definitely we'll be able to, do the good rally with how the evolution can come in, right? Yes, digital space has only got more exciting, right? If you take it, you don't need to go 10 years back, but if you take a media plan, say 7-8 years back, and if you compare that to the media plan today, you'll probably have another some 7-8 lines more as solutions, which maybe we would have never thought about it, previously. And I think that will only grow more, right? Because solutions will only get more innovative, and there are much more sharper way to find solutions to it with all the different evolution happening. So I think we should be our eyes and ears need to be on the ground to learn the trends and never stop, proactively experimenting and learning that expertise on each of the aspects.
I recently sort of read what you and Ashu have been speaking about in the last few months. Group M had a fantastic 2021. This year, your TY/NY report also projected good growth for the industry. But all that has happened in the environment in the last 6 months has thrown a spanner in the works, so to say. Inflation has picked up, growth across many Western economies has slowed down. India is very impacted as well. Oil prices, supply chain issues. Do you think this will make an impact on the IDEX overall? And how does it specifically impact companies like yours?
Of course, it's true the challenges are here and now, right? I think, we have a lot of partners here. We discuss this in a daily manner about the challenges. Yes, it's true that inflationary pressures are there in different businesses. And of course, other challenges like, different categories. Some categories may be not spending, some categories may have changed the strategy. all these challenges really also give you an opportunity to think, much more harder on how we can really find resolves to this, right? Globally, yes, it's quite similar or even probably grave in some of the markets. But I think my bets are still on India. I think we have had a fantastic opportunity, right? We had the pandemic really actually, we were in a time where the pandemic did not know, none of us knew that probably we could have done an event like this now, right? But I think a lot of catch-up has happened, and we all got so adaptive to learn the new ways of looking at things. I think the entire marketing aspect and finding solutions to businesses, etc., got caught up, and we all moved in a good momentum on that. If you were to given those challenges, I think these are challenges which are post-effect. And it is true that maybe we are hurrying it up and trying to find an answer for a question. Pandemic is probably not over yet, because there is post-pandemic issues which are there globally, domestic, in every business aspect. So I think a lot of patience and resilience is required, right, to understand each of the momentum. Maybe there are impacts of different seasons and different quarters which may be changing, right? And those are aspects which we need to really think on. Maybe, definitely there are newer categories that started coming. We never had a fintech, and we never had an edtech actually doing so much, even in the advertising aspect, right? So there's newer aspects which are coming. I think we should allow it to again further evolve. And every month, every 2 months, there are multiple new things happening. So concluding faster is, I think, I don't want to give that space. But finding an opportunity within the challenge, I think is an interesting riddle to solve, right? And I think in a span of every 2 months, we are finding those opportunities coming. The ecosystem, like how the digital is growing, or how the TV is growing, or print and radio and out of home even, all the, growth as such is as of yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see that, this year will also pass by and next year will come, and hardly 3 more months to go. And the growth is where it is constant. Right? There's a consistency on growth story. And I think that bet is still on India. Definitely, we're a very large consuming market. Definitely there are room for many more things to be tried. Not just in different categories, but even in media and marketing. And I'm sure that will actually, be true for many more years to come. I think this decade, this 2020 to 2030, and especially 22 to 2030, is a great decade to watch out for in this market.
I think as a leader, very important to remember always, while we get swarmed by this, in this daily din of news cycles, a lot of which might not be very positive in the economy, to have a slightly long-term perspective on where all of this is headed and continue to invest in the capabilities that you require to be, competitive few years down the line is very important. Last 2 questions, PK. You've been part of this company, WPP, in many of ours for a good part of, more than 10 years now. You're an insider who's sort of, grown through the ranks. And last 4 or 5 years have been sort of spectacularly successful for, Group M specifically. What are the 3 pillars that you think you will attribute this success story to? Capabilities that you've built, things that you've done, which also did not come naturally to, media agencies.
It did not probably come naturally to me also. I'm actually speaking with some of my, bosses here. So a lot of learning has definitely happened from there. But yeah, I think one is I definitely made sure that I should have fun. Okay, so it is so important to, genuinely keep trying and create some great solutions and have fun and share it with the team. You're only as good as your team, right? So definitely work on the team. Spend more time. The more you share, the more you, rally with them more, and some good space for them to challenge you, etc. I think your game steadily improves. There's no doubt about that. So I think I've been very lucky. I had good bosses, I had good colleagues, I had many new people who I interacted, made some good friends. So all that learning and advice is definitely. So we have to be, really work on that. That's one. I think the second point, you said three. I'll try and see for the second point. Second point is very clearly, I think, it is, aspect of win-win is, I think, is to be practiced, right? I mean, I don't think there is anything wrong in negotiation, but, ability to find solves when challenges are on your table is something which, if you focus more, I think will allow you to get more opportunities to work on. Right? And the third thing is that, you need to commit to yourself, do your best, be, integrated to the highest, be integral to yourself, right? Be open to, try different things, newer things. I think it'll pay off.
Fantastic. One last question. We all get inspired daily by, people around us, people we look up to, companies that are doing well. Who's your role model? Who's somebody that, you look up to? By the way, this is not a trick question to get you to choose one of your clients, but, it could be outside the business domain. Whom do you look up to and sort of, get your inspiration from?
Many whom I look up to. As I said, I've learned, few things from everyone, including my partners, including my clients, my bosses, my juniors, peers, everyone. I think it's very interesting to also pick and learn and observe and learn few things which you want to imbibe, right?
Such as?
Many are there. I mean, some of them are sitting here, right? And definitely that's something which probably I didn't have, but it just got developed. I work with multiple people here and interacted with multiple partners here. And everyone has been able to, it's been a very good experience. But this is also from the aspect of you should have an interest to learn, right? If you are able to imbibe that, I think, you will definitely be happy. And you can have many role models on different things, right? And my best analogy goes in sports, right? And I mean, for a particular sport, you can have multiple role models on different shots. And that has helped me that outlook has helped me. And my gratitude is always to each and everyone on that.
Absolutely. As they say, businesses keep growing, but the learning never stops. It's like, I was doing maths with my son yesterday. Array is a line with one endpoint on a side, but indefinite on the other side, right? So that's how learning should be for every business leader. Thank you, PK. Thank you for taking time out. I hope it was a worthwhile session to everyone. We get the award ceremony going shortly. So thank you. Back to you, Bhavna.
Sure. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. And may I request Mr. Ahuja to please step ahead and help us in felicitating. Ladies and gentlemen, none other than Mr. Prashant Kumar. Thank you so much for the wealth of knowledge and experience shared today. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue as we have Mr. Ahuja and Mr. Kumar. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are enjoying our summit for our final session today. It's my honor to now call upon for the session topic, Are You Future-Proof with Your Digital Strategy? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ankit Prasad, founder of Bobble AI. Let's give Mr. Prasad a huge round of applause whilst as we welcome him.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm audible. I trust you had a great time listening to some of the pioneers in the industry and must be excited about the upcoming Media's Awards. I'd like to sincerely pass on congratulations and best wishes to many of you who are going to receive the awards, whether or not winning or not, but your presence here in this day itself shows how much passionate and enthusiastic you are about your projects, your clients, and the entire advertising and media ecosystem. While we appreciate the work done so far through awards, I think it's very important for us to introspect whether we are doing or we are preparing ourselves for the future, which is going to be very different, right? And I'm glad to see many of the previous sessions here, which was particularly focused on this particular question: are we future ready, right? So while we have heard so many good points from the peers, but I would love to share my own perspective towards future readiness when it comes to brands' digital strategies. Right? Okay, so there are 4 key ingredients to future readiness in digital strategy, which I would love to share with you today. Be it a holistic and enabling data strategy or content format that connects with the end consumer. Be it about generating engagement that creates a long-lasting impact, or be it the new age tech innovations, right? I think we can deep dive on each of the 4 key ingredients one by one. When all of us talked about data strategy in the last decade, cookies were at the forefront, isn't it? Now that cookies are crumbling and leading to loss of data potentially for you in the future, I guess I don't need to deliberate why and how that's happening, but instead most critical part is how we come up with a more reliable alternative, right? An alternative that can truly represent a customer in a deterministic manner across devices throughout the day. We have been talking since last decade that mobile is going to surpass web, which is, as a matter of fact, has already happened, and the penetration is further increasing with the advancement of 4G and now 5G, etc. The time has come to adopt mobile IDs as the primary targeting identifier. There are so many advantages, out of which the most important ones I would want to highlight here. Firstly, cookies can track a single session, while a mobile ID is available across smartphone usage, right? Secondly, when cookies are limited to the web-only experience, mobile IDs can be linked to email IDs and phone numbers, which are generally set up during the phone onboarding to identify the same customers across devices. Thirdly, and while cookies can be generated even for bots, mobile IDs are only against real humans who are using the smartphone, right? If we are indeed adopting mobile IDs as the unique identifier for more impactful targeting of customers, then the next step is to associate the mobile ID with meaningful insights already being generated from smartphone usage, right? In order to achieve that, what could have been a more apt service on smartphone than the humble keyboard? 100% of mobile users are using the keyboard as a must-have necessity while having conversations or while using other apps for e-shopping, cab booking, food ordering, etc. Interestingly, users are spending more than 30 minutes every day on these smartphone keyboards, subconsciously, out of the 3.5 hours that they spend on a whole in the smartphone, right? They're opening the keyboard 100 times a day out of 400 times that they unlock their devices. These keyboard intents can be processed to derive in-depth user insights which can fuel your innovative marketing campaigns. For all the good reasons told just now, we at Bobble AI, the world's largest conversation media platform, having a portfolio of keyboard applications, came up with DaaS, Data as a Service offering, to offer data intelligence that matters to brands. All our data intelligence linked to mobile IDs is backed by our own first-party data of 80 million plus keyboard users who are having 1 billion plus conversations in 130 plus languages, segmented into 280 plus unique categories. Without getting into the depth of them, this powerful data has multiple use cases. It can be used by brands for generating insightful and actionable market intelligence, or the same intelligence can be activated as audiences input inside programmatic advertising. or simply for enriching your existing first-party data or for identity resolution. There are so many use cases where this data can be used. Right? The second key ingredient to future readiness is the ability to connect with the consumers deeply by creating and distributing relevant content. When we talk about content, the very first thing that used to come to our mind was the design of banners or creatives for digital ads. Fortunately, it has evolved into a mix of social media creatives, including Insta Reels, YouTube Shorts, tweets, and Facebook posts. In spite of that, brands are still missing out on a category of content that is the most engaging in today's world. I am talking about conversational content, the world of emojis, stickers, and GIFs. If you look at the sheer volume of conversational content being shared every day, it surpasses the total volume of tweets, YouTube videos, Facebook and Insta posts all combined together. It's not that we need to insert brands into conversations, but rather brands are already present there. It makes all the more sense for them to take ownership of the category when it's being talked about during that conversation. Only then, I believe, brands can tap that real-time conversational intent opportunity and influence their customers in the language they easily understand and speak every day, the language of stickers, GIFs, and emojis. At Bobble, we have made it possible for hundreds of brands. Some of the examples you can see on the screen. Someone telling their friend that she's on the way via AirAsia, someone telling their weekend plan with bingo snacks, someone wishing good morning with raised coffee. With subtle and contextually relevant amplification of these brands in day-to-day conversations. The third key ingredient for future readiness is identifying unique and innovative touch points within the smartphone ecosystem that can generate long-lasting impact in the minds of the customers. At Bobble, we identified some of the user insights that led to the creation of engagement-driven inventories. One cool example is a live score bar that shows during a match on top of keyboard real estate, enabling users to remain updated with the live score of the sports they care for. It was leveraged by one of our partners, GameG, during the last IPL season to drive millions of GameG branded conversations on WhatsApp during IPL matches, leading to discovery, engagement, click-throughs, and app installs. Another case study is by HDFC Bank, which leveraged the Bobble keyboard as an omnipresent source for creating personalized greetings and distributing them across social media properties via HDFC salespeople during festival times. While we may try to crack distribution in each of the platforms, or we simply enable story creation and distribution from a single source, focusing the energy and budget for wider outreach across social platforms, be it Insta Reels, WhatsApp status, Facebook story, or Twitter post. The third example is the for the engagement that impacts is the chatbot experiences. They are increasingly being adopted as the primary mode of communication by businesses with their end customers. Can we make it more engaging and human by integrating visual content natively into the chatbot experience, converting moments of frustration into moments of delight, right? And the final ingredient or fourth pillar, as I call it, of future readiness is adopting the new age technology innovations faster than others. Amongst the recent tech innovations, two of the most buzzing concepts are NFTs and metaverse. The idea is to create digital assets and associate it with some tangible physical value so that customers would want to own them for their lifetime. Here is a case study from the recent NFT collaboration we at Bobble did with Kama Sutra condoms. Right? where we minted some of the most loved conversational content of Kama Sutra into NFTs, which was being acquired by the fan base of Kama Sutra through our NFT portal. With that, I would like to, by way of quick introduction, Bobble AI is the world's largest conversation media platform on a mission to enhance everyday conversations for billions of people, making them much more expressive, localized, and intelligent with deep tech innovations. While on one hand, our consumer products are widely used by millions of people. On the other hand, we help brands in delivering their messaging in an impactful manner. Thank you so much for listening. I, along with my team present here, would love to catch up with you offline. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ankit. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, if I may request, none other than Mr. Sam Malsara, Chairman, Madison World, to kindly help us in felicitating Ankit. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Well, smiles galore. This is the moment. Let the claps continue, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag E4M Confluence right there. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the E4M Confluence, the Media Investment Summit 2022. Well, we hope you all had a great time, but it is time for us to now move ahead to the Media Ace Awards 2022. Well, in interest of time, we're going to be starting it, but if I may request the ones, since this Media Ace Awards is exclusively reserved for all the winners, the ones who are having the white band, please, if you could step out and re-register and join us back. So anyone who still has the white band, please, we'd request you to step out, re-register and join us back in the awards segment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Exchange for Media, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. We welcome you all to the 6th edition, ladies and gentlemen, of the E4M Media Ace Awards 2022. Well, my name is Bhavna Bhatia and I'm excited to be your host for the evening. Let me tell you that the Media Ace was introduced in the year 2015 with the objective to recognize, celebrate, and encourage the work being done in the media space, specifically digital, content, social media, and the blogosphere. As of today, Media Ace is the most valued award in India and is considered as a true symbol of media excellence. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to share that this year we've received a fabulous response from the media agencies. So just allow us a couple of minutes whilst we start with the ceremony. So with this, it is that time of the year, ladies and gentlemen, wherein we applaud, reward, and say it out loud for the rangers of excellence. Be loud, be energetic, keep tweeting using the hashtag E4M Media Ace and spread the Media Ace vibe, cheer each other and cheer us too. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to first commence by thanking our partners, presenting partners, ABP News, Aapko Rakhe Aage, our broadcast partner being Shimar Umang, Naya Rishta, Nayi Khushiyan, and our knowledge partners being Convergence, tracking the global media industry. Could we have the sponsor ladies?
Korea City. Jania.
Curiosity? Curiosity कहाँ पे है?
शहर अंग्रेजी लगे हैं
Curiosity.
वो बहुत दूर है
Curiosity कहाँ है?
प्रोफेसर साहब को पता होगा।
ओ, ये छोटा वाला ग्लोब लगता है और
पता नहीं तेरी बेटी से जाके मिल लो शायद उसे मालूम हो
हाय, बाबा ने भेजा है। Come here.
Curiosity.
Curiosity नहीं, curiosity.
वो क्या?
That's what brought you here. जो तुम्हें यहाँ तक ले आया।
Curiosity.
उमंग है एक नई कहानी कहने की, उमंग है एक पहचान बनाने की, विश्वास की लहर लाने की, एक रिश्ता आप सभी से निभाने की। उमंग के इन रंगों को अपने दिलों में भरने के लिए देखते रहिए। शिमारू उमंग, नया रिश्ता, नई खुशियां।
Check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge, huge round of applause to all our partners today. Well, at the E4M Media Ace Awards Festi, we warmly welcome you all. I would like all of you to participate with us before we start with our wonderful ceremony. Today, we are recognizing the best, the excellence in the field. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get more and more energy in the audience today. As you can see the trumpets right here, the left-hand side, if you could blow in the trumpet, then we'll just have a short thing. So let's have a short competition, get in more noise in the audience. All our wonderful leaders are here. So first, the entire audience on the left, which is this row, could you take the trumpets? Yes, let's get that on. All right, at the count of 3, 2, 1. Are you excited? Lovely. The ones on the right. Come on, let's make some noise. Are you guys ready? Lovely. Great, great energy. And all we got to do is, when I say one, you just clap once. I say twice, clap twice. All right? 1. More energy. Come on. 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let that applause continue. Let's applaud one another. Could we have a big, big round of applause for all of you today? Well, Mumbai never disappoints, and this is what we are talking about, the great leaders being amongst us today. And let me tell you that we are so excited to have you here. Be loud, be energetic, and keep tweeting using the hashtag hashtag E4M Media Ace and spread the Media Ace vibe, cheer each other and cheer us too. Well, on that note, it is my honor to now request none other than Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and BW Business World, to officially kickstart the awards night. Come on, ladies and gentlemen.
But anyway. Good evening. I don't want to stand between you and the awards, the media ACs. So I just want to say that, as Sam said, most of you are reinventing what you are doing as leaders and as organizations. Media ACs salutes that. It's through a jury process. Let's celebrate your good work. Good evening. All the best. Let's get started with the awards. Bhavna, back to you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, on that note, as Dr. Batra rightly said, let's kickstart with the awards ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Amit Single, our jury chair, isn't in the country, but he's going to be joining us virtually. So let's get that on the screen, his address.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Well, it's an honor to have our jury chair, Amit Single, the CEO and MD of Asian Paints, and we are awaiting his address on the screen now.
Okay, it's great to be amongst all of you today, and it's my pleasure and privilege to be judging some of the excellent and some really exhilarating work which all of you have presented. As a jury chair, we looked at really kind of some difficult decisions in terms of looking at the winners for various categories. And I must say that some of the areas we examined, we went into a lot of discussions, we got into a lot of contesting amongst ourselves, and the decisions were not very, very easy. But I must say that when we looked at overall agencies, we looked at some of the specialized agencies and some of the people who have been as stalwarts in terms of leading this entire area. I think it was really, really, full of energy, exhilarating in terms of seeing the quantum of work which is being done. And I think as an overall jury, I think we really enjoyed the process of being part of the Exchange for Media ACE Awards for this year. And I must say that congratulations to all the winners, and I'm sure all of you are looking forward to in terms of seeing who the winners are. I would say that a lot of nominations came in. I would kind of really congratulate all the people who have been there. And as I said, it was almost like the first among equals in terms of what we were able to judge. So great show, guys, and very well done. And I would not stand away between the awards at this point of time. And it was really a privilege to be kind of doing this stuff. And congratulations once again to all of you.
Thank you so much to our jury chair, Mr. Amit Single, for, of course, taking out time and joining us and the motivating words. And we are so thankful to all our jury members for all your expert views. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start with our awards ceremony, we will now take a short look at the audiovisual encapsulating the process of the Media Ace Awards 2022.
The advertising industry is one of the most important sectors of the media and entertainment industry. Catchment areas for clients and media owners, agencies today demand attention so much so that global counterparts incline towards engaging with Indian minds for leadership and direction, which is why it is important to recognize and award Indian media agencies and their professionals for their efforts, achievements and growth in the industry. Thousands of professionals as well as young ignited minds are employed and trained by these agencies to enrich and contribute to the media advertising industry. Media Ace Awards 2022 showcases their growth and achievements during the period between 1st April 2021 to 31st May 2022. We received an overwhelming response this year, with entries from leading media agencies, specialist agencies, and professional heads across individual agencies and parent networks. The entries were presented to an outstanding grand jury panel of highly valued marketers and industry stalwarts, chaired by Amit Singhal, CEO and MD, Asian Paints. The data was quantified by our knowledge partner, Convergence. Santosh Iyer, Mercedes-Benz India Private Limited. Pooja Sehgal, Raymond Consumer Care. Sadhana Daswani, JSW Paints. Dipali Nair, IBM. Arvind RP, McDonald's India. Mona Jain, ABP Network. Naveen Murli, Pepperfry. Rajat Abbi, Schneider Electric. Sapna Desai, Manipal Signa Insurance Company Limited. Sujala Martis, Platinum Guild India. Jayan Mehta, Amul. Krishna Rao Buddha, Pale Products Private Limited.
Very happy and excited to be part of Exchange for Media Ace Awards 2022. Lots of exciting work done by all the agencies. Congratulations to all the winners.
A lot of cutting edge work happening across media. Media is changing, it's becoming more dynamic, more progressive, and still the same rules also apply, the same things that we've learned over the years and evolving with time. So congratulations for all the work done and all the best to all of you.
Extremely glad to be part of the Media Ace Awards this time. I think what's special also, after a few years, we're all coming back together to do this personally. What is extremely heartening is to see over the last year or more how various agencies have really panned out, and heartening to see the way they've really scaled up and done something innovative. So it was a tough task for us today, but I think eventually everybody is a winner.
It was really great to be part of the E4M Media Ace Awards. It was an amazing experience. We encountered some great case studies in terms of the awards and the kind of categories that were presented, right from influencer marketing, content marketing, media agency of the year, network of the year, personality of the year.
It's been great being part of the E4M Media Ace Awards this year. As we see today, the environment is changing in a very dynamic manner. Last 2 years, we have seen the impact of COVID in terms of what it has brought into this entire space. But I think that it is one of those areas where media companies, event companies, everyone has really innovated. And we have seen a very strong wave where there is innovation, there is new technology. The pandemic has really brought about a big change in terms of how organizations look at the whole space of marketing and media and advertising. Today we are saying that it's not only in India, we are making really laurels across the world in terms of some of the work which is happening today.
E4M congratulates all the winners of Media Ace Awards 2022.
So ladies and gentlemen, now the moment has come which you've all been waiting for. Let's start with the E4M Media Ace Awards 2022. Well, we'd also request all our winners to please stay back for one big group photograph at the end of the ceremony, as it is that opportunity to celebrate together with the industry peers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we start with the first set of awards for our dignitaries who would help us in felicitating, it is now my honor to first up on call none other than Mr. Shashi Sinha, CEO Media Brands India, to kindly join us. Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Samriddhi Katyal, co-founder, Fandom. Harshil Karya, founder, Shebang. and Nachiket Deol, Head of Sales, Double Verify. Yes, please, we were waiting for you. Please, do join us. Thank you so much. Well, as we have our dignitaries on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, what is an agency without its people? Well, let's get rolling with the awards with the youngest achievers in the room today. Talent under 30, which is set to achieve bigger things tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Rising Star of the Year, we've got a tie between the second runner-up, we've got the first runner-up, and we've got the winner. First up, let's have a look at the AV for the second runner-up.
Aditya Ojas Sharma is a data scientist and AI engineer with Wavemaker India. He leads several AI and data-centric projects for his clients. He's worked with several notable brands including Mondelez India, L'Oreal International, MTR, etc. Aditya and his team are defining a whole new vertical in the marketing industry, capitalizing on the tons of data that flows in. Congratulations, Aditya Ojas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the data scientist group head at Wavemaker Group in India, Aditya Ojas Sharma. Few words.
So, coming from an engineering background, it was a fairly significant decision for me to step into the marketing industry with a completely different skill set, right? And by the looks of it, it was a damn good decision. Right? And for the name's sake, Rising Star Award, cool individual award, but in actuality, it's a team award. It goes to the efforts my team put in, Ronak Parekh sitting right here, Prateek, Santosh, Doda, Nishita, Ritika, my parents, my sister Madadi, my friends Brinda, Palak, who pushed me through the hard times to, achieve the, to get through the things and, get here. So this is award goes to all of us.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Continue to create the waves being with Wavemaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Aditya Ojas Sharma. With this, it is time for us to find out our next winner.
Mohil plays a pivotal role in equipping notable clients like L'Oreal, Mondelez, V, and Pernod Ricard adopt a future-proof digital strategy. In the past year, as the cookieless reality hits the digital advertising space, Mohil has managed to onboard and service over 15 brands pan-India for the product adoption of privacy-centric technologies. Congratulations, Mohil.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mohil Divakar, Business Group Head, Digital and Product Strategy, Wavemaker. Mohil, we'd like you to say a few words.
Hello, yeah. So first and foremost, thank you Exchange for Media and the distinguished jury for recognizing our efforts in this industry. To begin with, I would like to thank the entire Wavemaker and the Group M team, to Ajay sir, to Vishal Jacob sir for making us part of this entire vision that we have been a part of. To our constant pillars, Peter Nadar and Rita Sahajpal, who have been our constant guides and supports throughout this journey, and to our esteemed clients, Mondelez, L'Oreal, Pernod Ricard, for entrusting us throughout this entire transformative journey, and so on and so forth, to a very bright future ahead. Thank you, everyone. Grow fearless.
Thank you so much, Mohil. Thank you for that. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to know who's the winner of the Rising Star of the Year.
A brand storyteller who loves to make stories around brands. With over 9 years of experience in helping brands with their marketing and advertising problems, Aditi facilitates digital transformation initiatives for brands to help them grow with ROI-driven results. As Emporium's growth catalyst, Aditi along with her team is using digital stories which inspire the world and leave an impact in the market. She is the proud recipient of Digital Transformation Women 2018 by Niti Aayog and has also won the Business Leader of the Year recently. Congratulations, Aditi.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aditi Ori, co-founder, Emporium Digital. Congratulations, Aditi. Would you like to say a few words?
Hi, everyone. In a world of vernacular, videos, and views, we're all trying to create an impact. And when you get an award like this, the Rising Star of the Year award, I mean, imagine 1.7 billion people plus a lot of international people looking at the content that we guys are creating digitally. I think that just inspires me to do it more empathetically, more responsibility to create an impact in the right way. Thank you to my team, of course, our company Emporium Digital, and of course, parents. How can we just create an impact is a story from here on that we would want to take forward. Also, thank you to the jury and the ever so enthusiastic Exchange for Media team. You guys are truly enthusiasts. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. God bless Aditi. Thank you for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our first set of awards. I'd like to humbly thank Shashi Sinha, Samriddhi Katyal, Harshal Karya, and Nachiket Deol for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for all our leaders. You know, the awards only get better with every sprint. With this, my next set of dignitaries. First up, somebody who defines the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sam Balsara, Chairman, Madison World. So we request you to please join us. Mr. Sandeep Gupta, COO, Broadcasting Business, Shimaro. Aditi Mishra, CEO, Lodestar UM. And Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media. As our dignitaries are present on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to move ahead to the next category. Client Lead of the Year. Well, this category has seen entries from individuals who have made an impact on clients' business and the agency by innovative and effective use of media domains. We have the second runner-up, first runner-up, and a tie joint winners in this category. Well, let's go ahead and have a look.
An astute media professional with 18 years of advertising and media experience, Asmita is strongly known for her strategic bent of mind coupled with leadership skills. She's been instrumental in winning some of the key pitches for her agency and believes in consistent delivery and superior productivity. She's been amongst the chosen ones for the Advertising Leadership Program at Shanghai and has represented PhD Media as lead speaker in key marketing and advertising forums. Congratulations, Asmita.
Ladies and gentlemen, Vice President PhD Media Asmita Realkar. Asmita, congratulations. We'd like you to say a few words. Well, great pleasantries being exchanged. Asmita, it's your moment to say a few words.
I'm not prepared for the speech, but yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And I think client lead of the year is right now for Diageo as my client. And this wouldn't have been possible without a very strong and supportive team that I have, which is right now sitting at the back and cheering for me. So thank you so much. And this is for you guys. And nevertheless, obviously the entire media fraternity here, thank you so much. And special thanks to my super supportive husband and my 14-year-old daughter who's come here to cheer me up for this. Thank you so much, guys.
Lovely. God bless Asmita. Thank you so much. Well, what a great team cheering her all along. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's find out our first runners-up.
Deepika Bhasin is a part of Kara, a Dentsu company. She has an experience of over 20 years with marketing and media purpose-driven teams, leveraging content, technology and innovation. She's learned and established best media practices for stellar brands across product categories with focus on business growth in various roles. Congratulations, Deepika.
Ladies and gentlemen, Executive Vice President Planning, Kara India, Deepika Bhasin. Heartiest congratulations. Deepika, it's your moment. We'd like you to say a few words.
I'd just like to thank the organization for giving me a chance to represent them and the team who's worked very hard with me to get this award. Thank you and happy Diwali in advance.
Thank you so much, Deepika. Well, with this, we've got two winners. But first up, for our first winner.
Highly emotional across his professional and personal life helps him to connect with clients as family members. He always believes in teamwork, but as the leader, he is always accountable. Family, football and food is his passion. He is always full of gratitude to his parents for where he is now. Congratulations, Anindya.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Senior Vice President, Lodestar UM Anindya Ray. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Congratulations, Ananya. We'd like you to say a few words.
This
This seems to be so unreal. Thank you so much. Thank you, respected members of the jury. Thank you, clients, who actually really drives us to do what we do. Thank you, my entire team, and thank you, my company, Lodestar UM. The passion really gets driven right from the top. Sitting right up there, Mr. Shashi Sinha. What we know is to bring a passion onto the table, and the passion permeates across client, media partners, and great people that I work with. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless Anindya. Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as I said, there are 2 winners in this category. Let's find it out.
Megha leads South and West Digital for Kara, India. She's a mom of a 3-year-old who is still learning how to handle a kid, but she strives for excellence and perfection in work. Congratulations, Megha.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the winner, Megha Nair, VP Digital Media Planning, Kara, India, joining us. Heartiest congratulations, Megha. We'd like you to say a few words.
Yeah, I would like to say a lot actually. It's a moment that I take pride along with my entire team. I think they've been tolerating me. It's not been an easier post-COVID, post-maternity. I think my team has been really, really supportive. I stand here just because of them, and also my entire support system at home, taking care of my daughter when I can work. So thank you so much, team.
Thank you and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we humbly thank Mr. Balsara, Sandeep, Aditi and Vikram for joining us. Thank you. Come on, let's make a huge round of applause our leaders from our industry. With this, we're going to be going ahead with the Event Management Agency of the Year. For this, if I may call upon Pranab Punj, Group CMO, Rainshine, to kindly join us, and Pooja Sehgal, CMO, Raymond Consumer Care. Thank you, Pranab, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, Pooja Sehgal, CMO, Raymond Consumer Care, thank you for joining us. Well, with this, we move ahead to the Event Management Agency of the Year. We've got a tie joint winners in this category, and it's exciting to find out who the winners would be. Let's have a look at the winner AV.
Showbiz Havas is the award-winning brand experience agency of Havas Group India. It is a truly experiential agency driven by strategic thinking, creativity, innovation and excellence. For the last 4 decades, the agency has been helping its clients create compelling customer experiences through live events, creative design, integrated communication campaigns and immersive technologies, delivering impact for some of the world's most valuable brands. Congratulations, Showbiz Havas.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Event Management Agency of the Year, and it goes to Showbiz Havas. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue as the entire team joins us, led by Mr. Sameer Tobaccowala. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause keep roaring. And with this, Samir, of course, we'd love you to say a few words.
Thank you so much. That's the team. I think just, the fact that the event industry is back on the ground is something we never thought would happen 24 months back when everything came to a standstill. So the fact that we're still standing here and getting this award is really something that the industry is excited about, to be back here. And I would love to thank the Havas group that has been so supportive during this last 24 months and keeping us going. So thank you everybody.
Thank you, God bless, cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give them a big round of applause. With this, let's find out our winner.
From its inception, Expand has rewritten the rules. They've always led from the front and established themselves as leaders in transformation in outreach and building digital, as well as setting up on-ground environments. Expand seeks to harness 2 decades of experience in events and activation and build upon the potential of the new data-powered future. Blending offline to online to offline into everything they do, they aim to deliver beyond on-ground or digital. Congratulations, Expand.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the Event Management Agency of the Year, Expand. Let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, Expand being our winners. Let's keep applauding. With this, we request the team to kindly say a few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Exchange for Media, for this honor. Expand is experiential and digital. That's what we stand for. And being from an industry that is tirelessly working to create a lot of offline experiences for everyone, it's an honor to be acknowledged for doing work just beyond offline. So we are creating offline to online to offline experiences. On behalf of everyone at Expand, I would like to thank our clients who are pushing us every day to be able to come back with these innovative ideas and executions, to all our partners who are part of our platform, and to our people who are relentlessly working and making sure that we win something like this. So thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I hope you keep expanding with your success. Thank you for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd like to humbly thank Pranav and Pooja. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's applaud them as they've been so gracious with their time. Well, to give away our next set of awards, which is for the OOH Media Agency of the Year, I'd like to have the honor of inviting first up Mona Jain, Chief Revenue Officer, ABP, and Dipali Nair, Director Digital Sales, IBM. Welcome, Mona. Just allow us a moment. We're just having Dipali as well joining you, Mona. Just allow us a moment on that. I think before we have Dipali joining us, let's talk about the category. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the industry has embraced innovation in all parts of the business to keep pace with where the advertising and the consumers are headed. Well, in this category, we've got the first runners-up and winners in this category. Let's have a look and find them out.
Kinetic India is a data-driven, digitally charged, tech-enabled, out-of-home advertising solution provider. It has offices spread across the length and breadth of India to ensure seamless delivery and real-time on-ground insights. It is effectively the largest buyer of OOH advertising space in the country, backed by over 150 leading clients. Kinetic India believes in the power of innovations to drive impact for its clients. As a WPP and Group M company, Kinetic India has access to global best practices and follows the most stringent compliances to ensure transparency for all stakeholders. Congratulations, Kinetic India.
Ladies and gentlemen, our runners-up, Kinetic, let's give them a big, big round of applause. OOH Media Agency of the Year. And may I please also request Priyanka Mehra, Regional Director, South Asia Convergence Worldwide, to please join us and give away the award. We request both our dignitaries to please be together and have one group photograph. Thank you so much, Priyanka, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Well, with this, we request our team Kinetic to kindly say a few words, please.
Thank you, Exchange for Media. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great year. There's been a huge turnaround as far as out-of-home is concerned, and we look forward to doing more. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out who the winner is.
One of the largest OOH agencies in the country, Madison OOH, through its two brands, Moms and Platinum Outdoor, has been making its presence felt in the OOH market for the last 23 years. With its indigenously developed tools and innovative use of different outdoor formats for its clients, the agency is helping its clients realize the full potential of the outdoor medium. The award-winning outdoor specialist agency of Madison World has a team of 200 professionals spread across offices in the country with a diverse client roster which includes Parley Agro, Asian Paints, Oppo, Vodafone Idea, Samsung, Marico, Tata Motors and many more. Congratulations, Madison OOH.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the OOH Media Agency of the Year, Madison OOH. Let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Well, with this, we request our team, Mr. Balsara or Mr. Yes, Vikram, please.
Thank you so much for this. Feels great. You know, what I'll notice from an overall standpoint is that when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And I think the Madison out-of-home team has just actually worked out this entire pandemic, actually through the pandemic and into now to become actually trailblazers. Fantastic job, and I'm very proud of the team. And this recognition feels special. Thank you.
Thank you so much. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners, Madison OOH. Well, with this, we heartily thank Mona and Priyanka. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Well, Vikram, the stage hasn't had enough of you because we'd like you to come and join us for our next set of felicitations. Ladies and gentlemen, Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media. And if we could have Gauravjeet Singh, Head Agency Business Meta, to kindly join us. Gaurav and Vikram, let's give them a warm round of applause as we welcome our dignitaries on the stage. Well, with this, we move ahead to the Influencer Marketing Agency of the Year. We've got a joint tie runner-up and a winner in this category. Let's find them out.
Green Room started off in 2015 as a tech platform connecting digital artists with brands. They soon evolved into an agency specializing in influencer marketing. They are one of the pioneers of influencer marketing in India. Over the last couple of years, enhanced their influencer offerings to better reflect new age trends and evolving client requirements. Their in-house creative and production teams work closely with brands and creators to develop concepts and execute these, keeping in mind the brand's aesthetic requirements and the trust factor that the audience expects from these influencers. Their focus on creative and content has now led them to explore new frontiers like branded content of various kinds and IP creation that have been well received by brands and also won a number of awards. Congratulations, Green Room.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, heartiest congratulations to Green Room. They aren't amongst us, but I'm sure we can applaud for them and congratulate them. Well, with this, as I told you, there's a tie between the first runner-up. Let's find out the next winner.
Inca is Group M's brand-safe influencer and content marketing solution. Using proprietary technology, in-house experts, and a network of industry-leading partners, Inca provides influencer selection and content production services, as well as content distribution at scale across social and publisher platforms. Their creator partnerships, campaign workflows, and active reporting tools assure full control and brand safety for advertisers and their agencies, while helping them optimize their campaigns towards measurable business outcomes. It has operational teams active in 30 markets around the world. Congratulations, Inca.
Ladies and gentlemen, Influencer Marketing Agency of the Year, first runner-up, and that goes to Inca. Let's give them a big round of applause. Team, requesting you all to join us with all that claps. Thank you once again. With this, we request the team to say a few words.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much, E4M and the jury. This is extremely special. So thank you, thanks a lot. While I received the award, I think it's on the behalf of the team. While you see a few of them, there is Savya, Happy, Arjun, Purnima, Ankit, Sukanya, Nitin, Piyush, and of course Satya, a lot of them who are responsible for this award. Thanks PK and Ashwin for actually trusting us and giving us the best environment actually to take a lot of risk and have a lot of fun. So thanks a lot. Thank you the entire Group M fraternity for laying a red carpet for all of us. Thank you so much. Thanks to all the clients because of which we are here. So thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to now find out who's the winner of the Influencer Marketing Agency of the Year.
Influencer.in is a frictionless influencer marketing agency working with over 200 plus brands and 70,000 plus creators in the e-commerce, fintech, gaming, D2C and education sectors. The agency is focused on leveraging data-driven, goal-oriented and creative campaigns at low costs, yielding client success. Operating from across India with a presence in Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore and Chennai. In-house developed AI is used to track real-time performance and fair prices for influencer campaigns. The agency is a proud premier Google and Facebook partner. A few of their clients include Tata Click, Flipkart, Puma, Boat, etc. Congratulations Influencer.in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the Influencer Marketing Agency of the Year, and that is Influencer.in. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we can be much more gracious with our applause.
Turn up the
With this, we request you to say a few words. Team Influencer.in. Firstly, heartiest congratulations. May you keep influencing.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I think, first of all, I would like to congratulate, thanks, Exchange for Media and the jury, in placing faith, in Influencer.in. So it's been a fantastic year, and it's good to see the way, the influencer marketing is shaping up in India. And it's an achievement of, some of the brand partners, that we have worked with, right, and the faith they have shown in us. And yeah, it's the most exciting space, I believe, that we are working in. And I hope we match the standards, and do the good work, of the next year as well. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you and congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, our winners, Influencer.in. With this, I'd heartily thank Vikram and Gaurav. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Ladies and gentlemen, let's applaud them for the leadership day in, day out. Thank you once again. Well, as we move ahead to our next category, Content Marketing Agency of the Year, I'd like to have the honor of inviting our next set of dignitaries. First up, Aditi Srivastava, co-founder and CEO, Pocket Aces, joined with Dipali Nair, Director Digital Sales, IBM. Let's give both our ladies a warm round of applause. Of course, being CEO with Dipali Nair, her podcast. Thank you, Dipali, and thank you, Aditi, for joining us. Well, as we move to the Content Marketing Agency of the Year, we've got first runners-up and we've got a winner in this category. First up, let's find out the first runners-up.
The Wavemaker Content Practice is the biggest branded content agency in the country and has become a key differentiator to the overall Wavemaker offering. At the confluence of sports, creativity, measurement and technology, it has evolved rapidly to match the brands needed to complement mainline advertising in a post-2020 world. At the core of the Wavemaker Content Practice is its unique advocacy and offering built on the creator economy. From data-driven influencer marketing to social commerce to the metaverse, it is designed to help clients leverage the entire creator ecosystem. Congratulations, Wavemaker!
Ladies and gentlemen, Content Marketing Agency of the Year, our first runners-up, Wavemaker! heartiest congratulations. We'd like you to say a few words.
Thank you, E4M, and for the jury, to give this recognition to my incredible team of content creators who have been doing magic for the last few years. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cheers. God bless. And so, keep making waves with all your success. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is time for us to find out the winner of the Content Marketing Agency of the Year.
Mindshare, India's leading media agency with the most prestigious clients like Unilever, Castrol, Kellogg's, Britannia, has been at the forefront of blurring lines between media and creative. Team Content Plus have been the torchbearers of content excellence for brands and have been consistently winning in domestic and global award forums. And with this award, their winning streak continues. Congratulations, Mindshare.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winners of the Content Marketing Agency of the Year, and that goes to Mindshare. Come on, Team Mindshare on the stage. Let the applause keep roaring, everyone. With this, we request you to say a few words. Well, it's going to be tough. There's so many great leaders. Yes, sir.
Thank you, jury. Thank you, E4M. And thank you to all our wonderful clients for really pushing us to do some very great work. And thank you to this awesome team without which I wouldn't have been here. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, our winners, Mindshare, let's give them a big, big round of applause. With this, we'd like to humbly thank Aditi and Dipali for honoring us on this occasion and felicitating. Let's give our ladies a big, big round of applause. Well, it's only getting bigger and better. Wouldn't you agree? Ladies and gentlemen, up next is our category, Digital Marketing Agency of the Year. For this, it's my honor to call upon our next set of dignitaries. First up, Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, E4M. Let's give him a big round of applause, joined with Mr. Ankit Prasad, founder and CEO of Bobble AI, Ankit, and Rapi Gandapal, the CEO of Denso Creative India. Rati? Apologies, Rati, the description was given wrong, but No, Rati, the designation was given wrong, but Starcom, thank you so much, Rati. Let's give her a big, big round of applause. Thank you for being here. Well, with this and having our dignitaries on the stage, Digital Marketing Agency of the Year. Well, this category will award the digital agency which has proven its mettle by delivering exceptional work to its clients, maintaining the rock-solid retainers and winning the new business on a regular basis. Well, we've got a winner, a second runners-up and a first runners-up. First up, let's find out the second runner-up winner.
Shebang is a global creative and technology transformation company with offices across Mumbai, London, Bangalore, Amsterdam and Delhi NCR. With a team strength of over 1,000 members, it delivers growth-driven end-to-end solutions across creative development, strategic advisory, film production, web, design, content, data science and media planning and buying verticals. It has created some exciting and award-winning digital work for brands like Jio, Fevicol, J&J, Garnier, Ashok Leyland, Finolex Pipes, Xiaomi and Castrol. Their mission, take India to the world in this space and bring back the best of the world to India. Congratulations, Shabang.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second runners-up of Digital Marketing Agency of the Year, Shabang. Let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations, Team Shabang. We'd like you to say a few words. Harshal?
Thank you, E4M. Thank you, Naval. Thank you, Dr. Batra. And thank you to the whole team of E4M for considering us worthy of this honor. And thank you to the jury for judging this. We look forward to it's an amazing industry and it's great to see. I think actually what I was most excited about today being here is I finally understood really what E4M does for the industry. And, you know, the afternoon was amazing, this evening is amazing, so congratulations to E4M. Thank you for having us here.
Much more amazing work ahead. Congratulations, Shabang. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out our first runners-up.
LS Digital is India's largest independent integrated digital marketing and transformation company that offers the most comprehensive suite of digital marketing services. They provide the best-in-class platform formed by several expert committees to put digital transformation at the heart of their brands by focusing on 6 important areas: media, UI UX, creative and communication, CX, data and insights, and tech innovations. Their decade-plus domain experience has enabled them to help their clients bring efficiency in their digital marketing endeavors. Their award-winning team proactively enables their brand to surpass its goals around brand equity, customer centricity, and top-line revenue. Congratulations, LS Digital.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first runners-up of Digital Marketing Agency of the Year, LS Digital. Heartiest congratulations. We'd like you to say a few words. Thank you,
It's
Prasad.
so sweet and special. On behalf of LS Digital, what we call Logimates, thank you very much for this award. As I speak here and touch this one, they're thinking about their brands and making them shine. I'm going to put this picture on my internal communication and it's going to make their day very special. So thanks a lot for everyone to make their day special. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you, Prasad, to you and your entire team at LS Digital. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to find out the winner of the Digital Marketing Agency of the Year.
Wavemaker is India's most wanted media agency. They shape consumers' brand decisions and experiences through media, content and technology. With their world-class precision, data and e-commerce capabilities, they provoke growth for many of the world's leading brands and businesses. Congratulations, Wavemaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the Digital Marketing Agency of the Year, Wavemaker. ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. The winners. With this, we request you to say a few words.
Thank you again, E4M. Thank you for this recognition, really, and a big thank you to the jury for recognizing the kind of great work that the team has been doing. Digital, they say, is all pervasive. It's everywhere right now, and it's the arrowhead of the work that we do. And I'm so proud that we've been recognized to be on top of the arrowhead. Thank you very much.
Thank you and God bless. Thank you. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, our winners, Waymaker. Let's give them a big, big round of applause. Thank you once again. With this, we'd request, before the next set of awards, we'd like to humbly thank Rafi. Rafi, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give our leader a big, big round of applause for being so gracious and being with us today. While he's joining Mr. Naval Ahuja and Ankit on the stage, if I may request Sonali Malviya, the Managing Director, India Essence, to kindly join us. Sonali, we'd love your presence on the stage. Let's give the lady a big round of applause. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead with the special awards presented to you by ABP News. Well, we've got 3 special awards to give away. For our first category presented by ABP News, it is the most innovative use of the news. The brand that pushed the boundaries and found simple yet innovative solutions to complex problems. Well, let's find out the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, most innovative use of the news, Team Mediacom. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we've got the team out here. And with this, before our team departs, please, if you could be on the stage, we'd like you to say a few words, but also if I could have Parul Kamra, Associate Vice President and National Sales Director, North ABP Network, to kindly join us. Parul, let's give her a big, big round of applause. And could I have the winners, please, back on the stage for one group photograph, with, of course, Parul being on the stage as well. Could we have the winners, please join us back? They've all gone. Okay. All right, could we have all of you please together for one photograph? Yes, that's perfect. And if we could have, yes, just this one, that's about it. And would like, the team is not there to say a few words as well? All right, apologies on that. Well, with this, firstly, thank you so much, Parul, for joining us on this. Ladies and gentlemen, just in interest of time, and thank you, Parul, on that. We're going to be moving ahead since we want all the winners to be present. So we're going to our next category, which is Digital Agency Head of the Year. This category will award a digital agency head contributing to the overall growth of the organization through exceptional deliverance, retainers, and acquiring new businesses. We've got a winner and a runners-up in this category. Let's have a look.
Harshal Karya is a serial entrepreneur, social worker, and musician who started his career at the age of 21. He's got 3 startups to his credit: Shebang, Level, and Foxy Moron. He currently runs Shebang and Level. At Shebang, he manages a team of over 1,000 people and serves top 200 Indian companies. Along with Shebang, Harshal spends his time and energies on building Level. Level is a technology that unlocks the superpower of the mind by using a variety of techniques such as neuro-tested meditation and mind-muscle workouts. He has currently adopted 6 rural villages across Maharashtra to enable socio-economic development in the villages with a special focus on education. Congratulations, Harshal.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Agency Head of the Year runners-up that goes to Harshal Karya, founder, Shebang. Let's give him a big round of applause whilst we welcome him on the stage. With this, we'd like Harshal to say a few words. Hi, Harshal. Yeah, no, but come on, this is another award.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. I think I've had the opportunity to speak a little bit, so I'll keep it short. Thank you, E4M, for considering me worthy of this. Yeah, excited, and I think there's many years to go for all of us. So, and thanks once again, E4M, for such a wonderful evening.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you, Harshal. Congratulations. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we go ahead and find out the winner of the Digital Agency Head of the Year.
An entrepreneur with experience and exposure not just of the Indian digital marketing space but also global digital space. Prasad Shejale offers unique insights on what can and is actionable for the services that you provide. An expert in performance marketing, his solutions and analysis enable one to reach not just the why but also the how of every solution. He's a lover of all things digital, and if you catch up with him during his break for a cup of chai, he will let you in on his secret love for display and search marketing. His passion for digital marketing and a sense of understanding people makes him a unique entrepreneur who knows how to transfer an effective idea into a successful campaign. Congratulations, Prasad.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, Digital Agency Head of the Year, Prasad, the founder and CEO of Fairness Digital. Let's give him a big round of applause to Prasad Shejale. Thank you so much. With this, Prasad would like you to say a few words.
I'm deeply honored and privileged to get the award. Thanks my team at LS Digital. Also, a lot of thanks to all industry constituents, clients, partners, industry bodies, event organizers, and the publications, competition, industry influencers to throw those difficult problems every day to me and become better of myself probably next morning when I get up. And thanks for giving those opportunities of learnings. And a special thanks to E4M and jury for making my day very special. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our winner, Prasad Shejale, Digital Agency Head of the Year. Well, with this, I'd like to humbly thank Sonali and Ankit. Thank you so much for joining us. You've been so gracious with your time and presence. Let's give them a big round of applause. Well, it's time for me to switch back to the ABP Special Awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd now like to take the honor of inviting Mr. Shailendra Hegde, Associate Vice President and National Sales Director West, ABP Network, to kindly join us. Let's give Mr. Hegde a big round of applause. So with this, our next category presented by ABP News is the most innovative use of regional news. A brand that has created a niche for itself by offering effective creative communication and media solutions in regional space. Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out the winner. And the winner is Fulcrum Mindshare. Most innovative use of regional news. A special category by ABP News goes to Fulcrum Mindshare. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's be more gracious with our round of applause. With this, we'd request the team to kindly say a few words.
Thank you, Unilever. Thank you, Exchange for Media. Thank you, ABP, for this recognition. The news genre and the regional news genre is exciting, and for an FMCG brand to continuously try and do something in this space is a challenge, but thankfully we're doing some good work, and that's why we're here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you and congratulations. With this, thank you so much, Shailendra, for your valuable time. Let's give him a huge round of applause as well. Well, joining Mr. Ahuja, if I could have Munish Atre, Senior Vice President, Ad Sales and ABP Network, to kindly join us. President, Ad Sales, ABP Network, Munish Atre. So as Munish has joined Mr. Naval Ahuja, ladies and gentlemen, we move ahead to our third category presented by ABP News, which is the most innovative use of branded content. Brand that creatively amalgamates this proposition and puts it into the context to drive conversations and engagement with its consumers. Let's find out the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the most innovative use of branded content goes to Wavemaker. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, ABP News presents the most innovative use of branded content goes to Wavemaker. We'd request you to say a few words, please.
I just have two words, GRPs and CTR. Generally rocking people, which is our agency folks, as well as all the partners, and clients that rock, that is CTR. Thank you so much.
Thank you and God bless. And thank you so much, Munish Atre, ladies and gentlemen, the Senior Vice President at Sales, ABP Network. Well, with this, I'd now like to re-invite, if we could have the humble presence of Parul Kamra, Associate Vice President and National Sales Director, North, ABP Networks. Could we have Ms. Parul Kamra to kindly join us back on the stage? Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. As we did announce this award, but we couldn't get that moment wherein we could have the winners talking on the stage, so we'd like to reintroduce this award. Ladies and gentlemen, the most innovative use of the news presented by ABP News, the brand that pushes the boundaries and found simple yet innovative solutions to complex problems. And ladies and gentlemen, the winners are, as you know, on the screen, Mediacom! Could we request the team to please rejoin us on the stage, as we would want you to please be present for this group photograph and as well as say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue as we have MediaCom joining us back on the stage. The winners of the most innovative use of news by ABP News, ladies and gentlemen, MediaCom. And on this note, since we missed you out last time, we don't want to miss you out again. Please, if you could say a few words.
Thank you so much for this recognition. This is something a very big win for us. So thank you everyone. Thank you so much for this appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you and God bless. Congratulations to the entire team. With this, I'd like to humbly thank Naval and Parul for joining us. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, they've been so gracious with their time. We need to give them a big, big round of applause. Well, are you guys having a good time? Can we have a big, big round of applause for all of you present here today? Yes, and it's your trumpets which have acknowledged and your round of claps. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move ahead to our next segments, we'd just like to take a look at the AV of Impact. Could we have that on the screen?
At the start of the millennium, a vision to publish niche, relevant and quality content for the marketing, advertising and media professionals was realized with Impact magazine. From publishing investigative pieces to asking tough questions to the industry leaders, recognizing the big trends in the advertising ecosystem and bringing in a global perspective.
Brand new and unique global creative network, Cold Denser Creative.
How do you creatively solve a problem or push something, a conversation forward? So I love that a lot.
I just know that's very representative still. I think we have some really strong storytelling.
Impact has been the industry's voice for the past 2 decades. The magazine launched industry-first properties like 50 most influential women in media, marketing and advertising. Impact Person of the Year.
I am deeply touched by the recognition and the honor.
I accept this wonderful award with a lot of pride and happiness.
Top 30 under 30, which have over time become benchmarks for industry professionals. 22 years of keeping the readers hooked on to its in-depth coverage and analysis. Impact magazine.
City. जानिए
Korea City? कोरिया सिटी कहाँ पे है?
शहर अंग्रेजी लगे हैं
कोरिया सिटी
वो बहुत दूर है
प्रोफेसर साहब को पता होगा।
ये छोटा वाला ग्लोब लगता है और
पता नहीं, तेरी बेटी से जाके मिल लो, शायद उसे मालूम।
हाय, बाबा ने भेजा है। Come here.
Curiosity.
कोरिया सिटी नहीं, क्यूरियोसिटी।
वो क्या?
That's what brought you here? जो तुम्हें यहाँ तक ले आया।
Curiosity.
Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to move ahead to our next categories. Now, these are going to be our finale set of categories, and we hope you all have a great time viewing it. With this, I'd first up have the honor of inviting none other than Mr. Avinash Pandey, CEO, ABB, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Avinash Pandey. And if I could have Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder E4M, to kindly join us. So while Mr. Ahuja has just stepped out, he's just joining us back. Avinash, would it be fine if we can go ahead with the category, the first one? Please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Independent Agency of the Year. An agency having the majority of 51% or more owned by its management or independent shareholders and not associated with any holding company or network. Well, with this, we've got a runners-up and we've got a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, could we have a big, big round of applause for Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder E4M. With Mr. Ahuja and Mr. Pandey being on stage, it is first up time for us to find out the runners-up of Independent Agency of the Year.
Prachar, the Indian word for publicity, stands true for the advertisers since 1993. It has built brands for the Indian consumers head to toe, right from hair oil to face creams to deodorants, from suiting and shirting to lingerie to fashion clothing to footwear, from banking and finance to insurance to the ministries in Government of India and many more. Prachar has accentuated the essence of advertising into the consumer's mind and made the brands arguably the #1 brands in their respective segments. Prachar, where words speak as loud as actions. Congratulations, Prachar Communications.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our runners-up Independent Agency of the Year, and that goes to Prachar Communications. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Prachar Communications. And with this, if we may request the team to say a few words.
Thank you so much, E4M. Thank you, the jury. It's been indeed an honor to be here. And as the name suggests, independent category, it's been an honor to be working with two generations. As you saw, the owners here, Mr. Rajesh Jain and Mr. Rakesh Jain, and the top guns, the future of Prachar. So it's been an honor for me to be working under the able guidance of Mr. Rajesh Jain and Rakesh Jain, and also now under this future of Prachar. So thank you so much once again. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out the winner of the Independent Agency of the Year.
India's homegrown agency, Madison Media, founded by Sam Butsara in 1988, continues to shine and attract new demanding clients in the face of global competition. Offering media planning and buying services in traditional, outdoor, digital, and allied spaces, Madison Media is now one of the top 5 global independent agencies of the world in dollar terms. Its team of 1,000 plus communication professionals who live the founder's credo of "We will grow only if our clients grow" continue to delight large and demanding clients like Godrej, Marico, Asian Paints, Titan, Blue Star, TVS, Raymond, Seat, Pidilite, among 500 others. Congratulations, Madison Media.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the Independent Agency of the Year, Madison Media. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's be more gracious with our round of applause. Madison Media being the winners of the Independent Agency of the Year. We'd like you to say a few words, please, on accepting the award of the Independent Agency of the Year. Vikram?
Thank you so much. It's an honor. You know, the word independent means something. Independent means free. Free, the liberty to take risks, to be entrepreneurial, to just go out there and do things rather than get caught in the bureaucracy of a network. I think this is what this embodies, and I think we just revel in it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and God bless. Congratulations to Madison Media for being the winners. Well, with this, it is time for us to go ahead to the Agency Head of the Year. Well, this category will award an agency head excelling at a spectrum of media services, including media buying, planning, and contributing to the overall growth of the organization through exceptional deliverance, retainers, and acquiring new businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a runners-up and the winner. First up, let's find out who's the first runners-up.
Tanmay Mohanty is the CEO, Media Services, Publicis Group India. He is a proven leader with a successful track record of leading in the digital-first space and then bringing that thinking into larger integrated media space. A force for digital and data transformation throughout his career, Mohanty's most recent 4 years as CEO of Zenith have been spent in expanding Mumbai and Bangalore footprint of Zenith, operationalizing Epsilon People Cloud platform, helping clients pivot to a data-driven future, and contributing to new business wins like Hero MotoCorp and GSK. Tanmay's depth and range of experience is well over 20 years in fields as diverse as aeronautics and stockbroking. He is passionate about technology and gadgets. Congratulations, Tanmay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tanmay Mohanty. And for this award, if I could also have Mr. Sam Butsara. Sir, if you could please do the honors of joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Mr. Sam Butsara. Thank you for joining us on the stage. Well, Tanmay, this is your moment. We'd love you to say a few words. Congratulations.
Just a couple of things. First, find a team which is better than you. Second, get up a reason to come to office next week.
Well, a short and sweet thing, but Tanmay, you have proved your leadership and congratulations on this. With this, ladies and gentlemen, let's find out our winner.
Ajay leads Wavemaker South Asia as CEO. With a rich experience of over 24 years in media management and sales and marketing, spanning markets like India, Africa and Indonesia. In 2019, Ajay moved back to India after leading Wavemaker Indonesia as Managing Director. Under his able leadership, Wavemaker Indonesia grew sevenfold, moving up from rank 15 to rank 2 on RECMA. In Africa, Ajay led operations of OMD in Nigeria and Ghana. Prior to his stint in Africa, Ajay led the North region for Maxis, now Wavemaker, and worked across leading brands such as Nokia and Hero, among others. Ajay has held various roles in sales and marketing with TVS Motor Company before joining Wavemaker. Ajay loves to travel and explore different parts of the world. He loves cooking and puts his skills into action over the weekends for friends and family. Ajay is fascinated by all things tech and now enjoys exploring the new with his teenage son. Congratulations, Ajay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, CEO South Asia Wavemaker, Ajay Gupte. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let there be more and more applause in the room. Well, Ajay, it's your moment to shine. We'd like you to say a few words.
Thank you. Thanks, Nawal. Thanks, Anurag. Thanks, E4M team. And a big thank you to the jury. Truly honored. This is amazing. Really proud and grateful to all our clients who have enabled us to do the kind of work that we've been able to do. And like I always say, my wonderful 700 plus wave makers who make waves every day. And big thank you to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you and God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for Ajay Gupte for being the winner. Well, with this, we move ahead to the Media Agency of the Year. An agency under a major parent network that has proved its mettle by delivering exceptional media solutions to its clients, maintaining rock-solid retainers and winning new businesses on a regular basis. Well, we've got a second runners-up, first runners-up, and a winner in this list. Let's find them out.
As a future-proof transformational media agency, Lodestar UM believes that market readiness delivers better outcomes to their clients in the media moments that matter most. Their internal proposition of future-proof is a continued emphasis on forward momentum with growth planning at the core. A creative media agency, they are committed to blurring the lines between media and creativity, between data and content, and between science and art. At Lodestar UM, they invest in world-class analytics, are strategically unified, and are focused on accelerating business health. Their 700 plus media specialists spanning 6 offices across the country are the masterminds behind the innovative strategies employed by brands to remain market ready and relevant. Congratulations, Lodestar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Media Agency of the Year, second rounds up, Lodestar UM. Let's give them a big round of applause. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Harius, congratulations. We'd like you to say a few words. Aditi?
Thank you E4M, thank you jury, and thank you all our clients who push us to do better, and of course thanks to my team. Thank you.
Thank you. God bless. Ladies and gentlemen, North Star, let's give them a big, big round of applause. Next up, for our first runners-up, let's find it out.
India's homegrown agency, Madison Media, founded by Sam Butsara in 1988, continues to shine and attract new demanding clients in the face of global competition. Offering media planning and buying services in traditional, outdoor, digital and allied spaces, Madison Media is now one of the top 5 global independent agencies of the world in dollar terms. Its team of 1,000 plus communication professionals who live the founder's credo of "We will grow only if our clients grow" continue to delight large and demanding clients like Godrej, Marico, Asian Paints, Titan, Blue Star, TVS, Raymond, Seat, Pidilite, among 500 others. Congratulations, Madison Media.
Ladies and gentlemen, first runners up, Madison Media. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Madison Media. With this, I know we'd like to have the opportunity of having you say something on the mic for being, yes please, the more the merrier.
Good God, yeah, this feels good. You know, if you come to any of the Madison offices, you'll see emblazoned on our walls, customer first. This is something that Sam started, 33 years back. And I think this really, really embodies the passion that we feel. It's always about the client. And if you're doing anything right, it's because of that orientation. Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Vikram. Well, with this, let's find out the winner.
Mindshare, one of the operating companies within Group M, was started in 1997. Mindshare India has a staff strength of over 1,000 professionals across 7 locations. Mindshare handles the business of more than 250 clients in India and manages their media investment. They also have expertise in entertainment, sports and partnerships, experiential marketing, data analytics and content creation and management. Their mantra is good growth, which is to create enduring, diversified and sustainable client growth whilst also generating positive outcomes for all stakeholders. This entails applying data-driven precision for the short term and to build long-term relationships with consumers and going beyond transactional metrics of success to cover brand building also. Congratulations, Mindshare.
Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winners of the Media Agency of the Year, Mindshare. Oh my God, looks like the stage is going to be small for the entire team, but we welcome all of you. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, Mindshare being the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, Mindshare being the winner. And also we'd request our winners to please stay back as we've got the final 2 categories after this, and we'd want you all to be in the group photograph with all the winners. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, Mindshare! Well, with such a brilliant team on stage, we'd request you to please say a few words. I know it's such an ecstatic moment, sir. Please. What a great team. Let's give them a big, big round of applause.
It's always a proud moment for us to come and receive accolades on behalf of the industry. So thank you E4M, thank you jury for recognizing us and our work. Once again, a very big thank you to all our clients for really pushing us to do some exemplary work. And I can't thank enough for a stellar team that I have over here. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. God bless, thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we go down to the final 2 categories, for the Rising Star of the Year, we had one second runners-up whom we'd like to announce now, who wasn't present that time, but let's have that on the screen now.
Trishala, Senior Media Manager of Kara, is a well-rounded media and advertising professional with 4+ years of experience. Her vision as a marketer is to use media channels and marketing strategy as a pillar while offering solutions for brands. Congratulations, Trishala.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rising Star of the Year, second runners-up, Trishala Gupta, Senior Manager, Kara, India. Well, Trishala, you've been blessed with such great leaders on the stage. We'd like you to say a few words.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. This is my very first and a very special one. I can't thank my family enough here. My mother is present here for this award. So thank you, Mom. And my entire Kara team, especially Megha and Faraz, for guiding me in my tough times. And E4M and jury for making my day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Trishala. Well, having such great leaders present on the stage at such an early stage in the career, I think rising entirely. Congratulations on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move ahead to the final 2 categories. First up, for the Network of the Year. The parent network and the collaborator that played a pivotal role in the development and enhancement of its reputation in the industry by providing holistic marketing and communications assistance like content creation, digital advertising, proprietary tool development, and other essentials. Well, let's have a look at who the winner is. Ladies and gentlemen, the Network of the Year,
Group is a data-centric, digitally charged marketing services conglomerate. With their 6 agencies, including Wavemaker, Mediacom, Mindshare, M6, Motivator, Essence, and Specialty Services, Group M India gives clients the advantage of global operation and learnings, along with local expertise and market insight. With their investment in data, technology and diverse talent, Group M India aims to shape the future and transform challenges into opportunities for their clients.
Delighted to be the Network Agency of the Year. We at Group M make advertising work better for people. Our leadership in data, technology and scale is unrivaled. This win is dedicated to our agency teams. This year has been phenomenal and I look forward for an even better 2023. Thank you.
This win has been possible obviously because of the incredible people and the incredible team which is behind Group M, and it's also been possible because of the visionary leadership of our CEO as well as the whole Group M Exco. There have been tremendous macroeconomic headwinds and the whole digital transformation agenda which our clients are driving. But we've managed to overcome all these challenges, and I think 2023 will be an even better year. So thank you E4M for bestowing this honor on us.
Congratulations Group M India.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the Network of the Year, Group M. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners on the stage, Network of the Year, Group M. Please, I'd like to have the opportunity of having a few words from our winner.
Good evening once again. I think it is the second last category. First of all, happy news. Only one category left. First of all, I think this is a moment where you truly want to show gratitude. And my first priority is my team. I think it's wonderful. I think Atik and Ajay said, I totally echo. Our agency team, our practice heads, practice teams, wonderfully done. Many thanks. But this also goes to a lot of legacy for our organization. So I must thank everybody who has been in the organization for the last 20 years, right? And it's been wonderful. I want to thank our clients, our partners, everyone who has been in the organization. We're happy today. We'll continue to be happy, but we promise you we will not disappoint anyone.
Thank you. God bless and congratulations to Group M. Now for the final category, Network Head of the Year. The head CEO or COO of a parent network who has contributed critically towards delivering premium service, stimulating growth of an organization and enhancing the industry at large. Ladies and gentlemen, let's find out the winner.
Prasant Kumar is the Chief Executive Officer, Group M South Asia, managing India, Sri Lanka, Pakistan and Bangladesh. Most recently as Group M COO South Asia, he was responsible for driving operational excellence while leading teams across opcos, trading and specialized units to drive client delight while fortifying partnerships. Prasant oversaw Mindshare's rapid expansion in the market as its CEO, bringing it to a market-leading position and winning numerous global awards. Under his leadership, Mindshare India developed a record for the most number of new business wins by a single market and created a tradition of external accolades, including a Glass Lion at Cannes, a Grand Prix at WARC, and an average of over 250 external awards per year. Prasant has held several roles across Mindshare and Group M over the years. He joined Maxis Bangalore in 2004 and has now spent more than 15 years with Group M. PK, as he is known amongst friends, was the first Indian to win the APAC Media Planner Buyer of the Year title. Congratulations, PK.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Network Head of the Year, Prasant Kumar, CEO South Asia, Group M. Come on, ladies and Well, Prashant, I know you just said a few words, but being the network head of the year, we'd love to hear from you.
I totally ditto from the last mention I said. I don't want to spend more time between us and the bar, but yeah, I just want to tell you one thing. The last 2-3 years has been a tremendous year for all of us. I think a lot of, the people who are in the stage itself have been helping each other to get over this. While I ditto my my gratitude to all the legacy, etc., and learning which I've had, I think one thing which definitely helped in the last 2-3 years is we have to be first a human, right, and be a friend. I think it goes a long way, right. I must thank the entire industry because I think majority of them are good friends and humans, right? But that goes a long way, and I just want to dedicate this to the. Unfortunately, some of us have had losses in our organization. I want to dedicate this to my colleagues, who unfortunately lost. That's what all my heart. Wish you all the best. I'm sure it's more exciting time, and all of us, let's have fun.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, Prasanna Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, CEO South Asia Group M, with this a big thank you to Mr. Naval Ahuja, Avinash Pandey, and Mr. Sam Balsara for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, before you depart for having drinks and dinner, we request all the winners to kindly join us for a group photograph. Let's create that moment, requesting all our winners to kindly take out a few minutes, be with us on the stage and celebrate the victorious moment of being a winner tonight. Thank you once again. You've been a great audience, and thank you for being with us today. Requesting all our winners to join us. Vikram, Avinash, PK, please all of you, we request our leaders to please join us on the stage. All our brands who won today, Madison, our individual winners, LS Digital, also Shebang, Wavemaker, if you could have Mindshare team to please join us on the stage. Madison OH team, Kinetic, Showbiz team, Expanse team, please take out some time and be with us today. No one's. Well, they all are stepping towards the stage. Come on, everyone. Avinash, could you lead them? Please, Mr. Balsara, Vikram. Please, if I could just have that one moment with all our winners. So if you join us, I'm sure the winners will also have the due diligence of being with us on stage. Prasad, Harshal, please do join us. The entire team, Madison Media, Mediacom, please everyone, all our winners. It's going to be tough for me to reread all the names, but we'd like to appreciate and have all of you on the stage. Ajay, yes, PK, please. All our winners, let's get this victorious moment. This moment, ladies and gentlemen, we've been waiting for all our winners. Of course, Lara, please do join us on the stage. Our entire team, come on, all the teams who've been present on the stage, do take this opportunity, grab this opportunity and being a part of the group photograph today. All our winners, thank you so much for being so kind and staying around for this group photograph. Yes, thank you so much. Any other winner who would like to join us? Perfect. I think we've got a house full on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the winners of the E4M Media Ace Awards 2022. What an iconic moment this is turning out to be. With pictures and memories galore, thank you once again to all our winners. Let the applause continue and the pictures are all on the way. Thank you once again. With this, the dinner is served. Of course, enjoy the